more song. When Big Mouth strikes again. What a great tune to start on. My Big Mouth strikes again. That should be on my tombstone. I mean, yeah, apparently it's not very, whatever. Good music. Good music. I know it came out 86. I know. It couldn't possibly be about me. Back in 86, though, I was the subject of that song, I'm sure. Oh, look, I've had a big mouth my whole life. My ex-wife will tell you that. My current wife will tell you that. All right, let's do some stuff here. Since we're written around that, we probably will. We probably will. All right, so we have 51 minutes left on this first one, so let's get going. Hope everybody's fine. Again, just the rules of the boost. This is the first official Saturday. We started on Wednesday. It was more of an orientation and a motivator. I asked everybody to watch The Internet's Own Boy. Some of you did, and some of you cried about it and told me about it on Twitter or on my walking sessions, which, by the way, I've been doing a lot more of lately. Yesterday I was really depressed. Actually, yesterday I went streaming. I went running for a run, and it said warning thunderstorms on my phone. I went, nah, the skies are clear. I go out. I got dumped on. I got totally dumped on. I'm like holding my equipment under my arm, like trying to keep it. I mean, because I just got my Belavox and everything. So basically, what do you care? Because I'm going to be streaming a lot more. Skateboarding or running and doing those kind of things. And the reason I'm doing it, and by the way, it's a pain in my keister to do it. I do not like to do it. It's expensive. The reason I do it primarily is selfish because I like having a video log of what I've done. But more importantly than that, it's so that you can ask questions. You can come on and get in there. You did warn me. You did warn me. But the skies, you know what it was? The cell was right over the horizon. Normally that's not the case. I've been predicting weather. You know what? You're right. I'm just saying it. I'm going to say it. You were right. You were right. Most of the time, though, I've gotten really good at picking rain. Not last night, because I go paddleboarding all the time. So I have to look at the sky and see if it's going to rain me out like 3 hours in while I'm in the middle of the lake. And so I've gotten pretty good at doing that. But anyway, that's irrelevant. Let's get on with it. We have 49 minutes left. So we're going to go from 1 to 5. So the first thing I want to say is that the Discord is a thing now. So Discord's always been a thing, but now it's got a questions section. So if you want to go into Discord, you can go. I made a section for questions, boost, questions, discussion, suggestions. Yay! I should probably do a simulcast on here and like set up the stage. It takes too much energy. I'm not gonna do it. But I might do it at some point. I might actually do that. So, which would make it easier for y'all. All right. So the second thing I want to talk about is the confusion about the time. So, I believe I've said this. There's mistakes all over the place. I've written several references to the schedule, and I made the mistake of having multiple references to the schedule, so I can't change the schedule and have it stick. If anybody has seen references to 11:30, to 12 or anything, please let me know so I can fix them. Because the authoritative way to get the schedule is to go to Twitch, and I go back and forth on whether I want to use the Twitch calendar. At one point, I was using Google Calendar, which is a problem for reasons I don't want to get into. So this schedule, this Twitch schedule, is the authoritative source for when to find what's going on. Okay, so and it starts at 1 here. At least it looks like 1. Does it say 12:30? It says 1, right? Okay, so that's where you go to find out what time everything is. All right, that's the other administrative thing. I don't think there's any other administrative things. I really just want to punch the Discord. You can go in there and ask questions. Let me actually address some of the questions that were asked there really quickly at the beginning. I'm going to make this a habit at the beginning of every boost to summarize the questions from last time that we talked really quickly, because we don't have a lot of time. Found a 12 to 5 reference in the Twitch about. Oh, is it in the about? Thank you, Og. Thank you. Make sure I don't forget that. I'll go back and change it later. So it's whatever your time is. That's another reason that we have to use the schedule here, because this is the schedule that appears in your local time. So you can go tell what the thing is. And if you saw it in the about, I really apologize. I combed through the about. I will tell you, I combed through the about for like an hour and a half before we did the boost. And I thought I was going to catch every incorrect thing. And I apparently missed one. Sorry about that. I'll go get that. So, so the Discord questions. There's a technical question. I have a computer that has 8 gigabytes of RAM, but has no operating system on it. Can I use it for the boost? The answer is quickly answered is no. If you can certainly use it for the boost, but you're going to have to get it ready, and you're probably not ready yet. And we're not going to spend a month helping you install Linux for the first time. I've done that before, by the way. Some people may wonder, well, why didn't you do that? Why don't you do it that way? Because I've done it that way over the last 5-6 years. I had 12-year-olds building computers, changing out the hard drives and everything, and installing Linux on there. And it took about a month and a half for them to get comfortable installing Linux on hardware. So we're not going to do that. The other reason we're not going to do that is because, and I talked about this last time on Wednesday, the other reason we're not going to do that is because 90% of you are going to have to use Windows or Mac for other reasons, for work or other things. And even if you don't, you can use Linux, you still have to know how to install a virtual machine and use Linux on Windows or Mac. It's still a critical skill. So start there. Okay, so that's what we're going to do for the boost. You got to have a Windows or Mac, and you want to put something else on there. Anything else is out of scope. It doesn't mean you can't do it. You can do it if you want, but you're not going to get help from me during the boost. You can go to the Discord or do something like that off time. I encourage you to do it. It's actually really educational, but I think it's a little bit of what they say, like meat before the milk or whatever, right? I still think you need to get good with the basics of using the command line and stuff, because they're going to throw a lot of that at you, and you can learn that after the boost. So my recommendation is to stick with Windows or Mac, do VirtualBox or whatever, do what we're going to do today, and then come back after the boost and say, oh, now let's level up, and then go ahead and put it in on your own thing. Windows says Linux VM, no taking and screenshotting purposes. Oh my gosh, yes. And that's actually one of that's a nice segue into the next thing. So there's 2 main things we're going to talk about today. If we go back to our goals, so here's the goals. The goals are roughly by week, but not really. Some of them are going to take 2 weeks. 2 of them are going to take a week. So we covered autodidactic learning habits pretty much on the Wednesday, and I'm not going to revisit that. We did RWX. I don't want to rehash that. So go back and watch that. We talked a little bit about learning discoveries and theories. We got into Zettelkasten and stuff. We're gonna do this heavily today. So that's the main thing we're going to cover today. And then the second thing we're going to cover today is installing and maintaining Ubuntu Linux server. Now, we're not going to necessarily do these in order, and I don't have an outline per se of these things. I've done it so many times that I'm just going to go with it. That's, by the way, just one more disclaimer. My style of mentoring is very messy. Okay? My style of mentoring is very messy. we do stuff together. Sometimes I don't even know how to do the thing that we're going to do together, and we learn it together. And we get to learn the process of learning as we go, as we do it. This I said it a lot on Wednesday, but I have to repeat it at the beginning of every. If you're expecting a nice polished course outline, this is not the place for you. Go someplace else. All right, so this is where we're messing. We have a general idea of what we're going to cover, and we kind of float through it and let the spirit guide us, as the Mormons used to say. And we kind of go. So let's talk about sharing learning discoveries and theories. We talked about the RWX method on Wednesday, but I want to hit that really quickly again. So I don't really need to discuss in depth what this means because we did talk about it. So really quickly, I'm going to put it in the chat here, RWX. So RWX is in my name. Read, write, and execute. Those are file system permissions, which we'll learn about. But this is also the learning method that I use for SKILSTAK and for myself and for everybody else. It means that you do the reading, you do the research, right? I just actually saw a really great thing I just reposted on Twitter from Bill Maher about the age of misinformation and how it's not Twitter's fault that you're getting misinformation. It's your fault because you're and I quote, your bullshit detector isn't set. Because why? Because we keep putting off the responsibility for filtering, and being a critical thinker out to other people. So you have to be able to read and research. And I'm not going to teach you how to read and research. You should know how to do that. You should know the scientific method. You should be able to go in there and read. The answer to the world's woes is not more censorship according to some particular standard. The answer to the world's woes is teaching people how, or helping them learn how to filter out the bad stuff, whether it's written in, whole old historic texts about, Christopher Columbus being a great dude, or if it's, it's new and it's fake news on Twitter. So you have to be able to do that. So learn the scientific method. We are not going to go into the scientific method here. We're going to focus more on the W today. And so the problem with society is that we don't ask enough questions. We're not cynical enough, honestly. And I agree completely with Bill Maher on that. So just the W in RWX, if you look up to the chat, is for writing. It's for writing and capturing what it is that you've read. I asked on Wednesday, I asked the question, how many of you have gained insight by writing longhand about a topic? I'm not talking about the really, really quick note-taking methods that you have to try to be a replacement for a audio recorder in your American History 101 class. No, that kind of note-taking is useless, pointless, and stupid. And what you should do instead of that, by the way, everything, when I say W, I'm not talking about note-taking. I'm talking about writing. I'm talking about consuming an idea. I'm talking about taking that idea that you've been researching or something like that and really digging into it. And if you look at the great minds of the world, that's what they always do. And sometimes they'll actually do their writing, and then they'll do an exchange, X, which is the exchange, and they'll have, guys, people remember the old correspondence that people would have. They would send, letters back and forth, and they would have debate, and they would really, really dig into these topics. It's just amazing that they did that, and we don't do that anymore. It's all 140 characters, 200 characters, and I'm not just being a grumpy old guy. We really don't. We don't dig into the topics. And so one of the ways to dig into the content and really master it is to write about it. And that is not as fast as you possibly can during a class. That's like you're exploring the different angles on the idea. You're constructing language around it to express the idea. And then you have typos and stuff in there, but then you're going to share it. Okay, so and that's the X. So today, the first thing we're going to talk about is the W. And I'm going to tell you, so this is going to make a lot of people mad at me, but we are going to create a Zettelkasten. And I asked anybody who cares to, I'm not going to read it here because it takes so long, but we're going to follow Niklas Luhmann Zettelkasten method. Now, you do not have to follow this method for writing and note-taking. And by the way, there is a certain amount of writing that is note-taking. Like, I need to remember where that URL was, where it was that quote that person said. So that style of writing is largely just immediate capture so that you can free yourself from the stress of not knowing how to get to it again. And that is the TLDR. That is the essential part of Niklas Luhmann's Zettelkasten method. So if you go to luhmann.surge.sh, you can read all about it. We talked about this as we concluded last time on Wednesday. And you're going to find all types of takes on Luhmann. There's a lot of people who have expanded on his idea wrongly, and there's been people who've done PhD dissertations on it. It's actually if I go over time, I go over time. We'll just make the whole boost longer. How's that? Again, I'm going to indulge in showing you some images of Niklas Luhmann because I think it will make it more memorable. And Niklas Luhmann, Zettelkasten, there he is. So here's Mr. Luhmann, and he's written so many things. Zettelkasten main theory. Niklas Luhmann, sociologist, systems theorist, devised a theory, autopoietic. He's got so many interesting things. That's not the one that I was looking for. I was looking for Zettelkasten. We might have to actually search for Zettelkasten. So here's his mind map. His society. This is he had an organization for his mind map, and they call these things mind maps. But I'm trying to see if there's any. Let me see if I can. Zettelkasten. So Zettelkasten means slip box, not note card box, and this is the method, and it gets complicated. And I don't want to dive deeply into this right now. I just want to. This is his method. He used to have this thing. So let me just describe. I'll tell you the story about how he did it. And he used to have. He had this box thing, and he put it on his desk, and it was exactly the width of both of his arms outstretched, so he could grab every box every time. The guy has his pre-computer, and he would go grab one of these little slips, and these slips are slips of paper. He very specifically says to make them paper, not note cards. This is the wrong way to do it. A lot of people do this to take smart notes. They do this whole thing. Here's one of it, and actually the entire database of Zettelkasten. This it's really too bad because this Zettelkasten.de has a number of mistakes in it, like substantial mistakes. But it's pretty close. It's pretty close to it. So a unique identifier, body content, and footer references. Okay. And don't forget to use the man command. Yes, of course. So the anatomy of a Zettel. This is really all there is to it. So how are you going to do it and where are you going to do it? So are you following along with me here? I'm going to give you some copy notes. So I don't need to talk anymore about that. I'm going to suggest to use the Zettelkasten type of method. Now go to page. Yeah, it is. It is actually a little bit like that. It's a little bit like text adventures. This is one of the reasons I like it. So I have been following the Zet method for a while. I actually started inventing something else for the knowledge exchange grid when I realized that I was doing something that had already been invented. And this is my new directory called me directory, but I want to show you another one first. Org mode. No, I don't like org mode. If you want to use org mode, you can. Everybody loves org mode, but org mode does not follow the custom method. If you want to use it, that's fine. There's a number of reasons that I don't use it, and I'm going to talk about those. Okay, so let me tell you the criteria that I use to make the Zettelkasten, and then we can go from there. So in a nutshell, it's a directory that has uniquely identified with, and we're going to talk about every element of this. And you have a title, and you have, stuff. This is a bit longer than most of my Zettels. Actually, it's funny. If you look at the ones where I down lower below, I started to do them much more. Hopefully it's not a bad one. What are people obsessed about keyboard cameras? I swear a lot in my Zettel, by the way. I'm just going to warn you. So it's just, okay. So this is the anatomy, beyond the anatomy. Okay. You have a title that fits under 50 characters. In my opinion, it should be under 50 characters so that it shows. You have potential tags at the bottom, and you have references at the bottom, and you don't use markdown links. You actually just type out the URLs. And unless you're referring to another Zettel, and then you just type the number of the Zettel. That's it. You just put the number of the Zettel. If you use an Isosec identifier, later on when you want to link to everything, you can actually do that pretty easily. You just copy and paste it, you go to it, or if not, you can just have a system that automatically makes those links for you. But so that is a Zettel. Now, what is the purpose of a Zettel? The purpose of a Zettel is to create really ad hoc content that you can come back to and make into something better later. All right, so let's get started. But one last thing before we get started. So this is my paper Zettelkasten. So people talk about org mode or Obsidian or all these other things. And I want to tell you one of the criteria that I used, the primary criterion actually, that I used but to make this. And I talked about this before, I'm going to say it again. Make it so you can do your entire system on paper. Because sometimes you're not going to have a computer with you. Sometimes you're going to have a phone with you. And I do a lot of writing while I'm walking through the mountains or I'm doing things like that. And sometimes I'll have like random ideas that are perfect for a Zettelkasten, right? And so I take my notebook, and this notebook worked out really well. It was in a sketch notebook that my wife had. And this is an 8.5 by 7, I think. So it's kind of like half of an 8.5 by 11 sheet. And then what I do is here, I don't know if you can see, but I'll like cut it in half, and I can write really small. So, and then I'll put the title on the top, and I actually use Markdown for my method. I use Markdown. I use a very basic form of Markdown, which we're going to learn today. I'm going to take you through the basics, but all that means is I put, can you see that? I put like just a hashtag, and then I put the title, right? And then if I have any tags, I do tags down here with hashtags, indent a little bit. I do a little bit of tag. If I have an HTTP, and I just freeform right in there, but I limit myself to this. So this is really, really important. I limit myself to that space. And I don't particularly like index cards because they're all over the place. And it's hard for me to find them again. And that was kind of the focus of his system. I have them so that I can thumb through here and I can see where they are and I can just quickly go through them all. I would not use it. Look, if you want to use digital paper, that's fine. I think that there is a certain limit to what technology can provide. And I'm not a Luddite or anything. I'm an avid technical person, but there is a lot of things that paper does better. And one of those things is note taking. It gets out of your way. If you have digital paper, how many times have you not had your battery charged or your phone's on this, blah, blah, blah. You know what? It's always there. Your heavy paper. Okay. So whatever method you come up with, I'm going to strongly encourage. It's obviously your method. You're going to do whatever you want, but I strongly encourage you to use one of your criteria. Can I do this with nothing more than a slip of paper and a box, which is what Zettelkasten means. And I'm saying it wrong. I know my wife gives me crap about it all the time. She's German. And then you can put your identifiers on them. Okay. But I think it's not for me. I'm excited to try Zettelkasten. Okay. So the first advantage of Zettelkasten. So why GitHub? Okay. Create a backup though, even if you're just copying on paper. Yes, absolutely. If you're copying on paper, so this is what I do. I'll copy it down on paper. I'll flush the idea out. And then when I get to a computer, I will put it inside of my GitHub Zettelkasten, which I'm going to do now. I'm going to show you how to make one of these. So actually I have one. So if you don't have a GitHub account, let's go ahead and do that. Let's get a GitHub account. How much minute do we got? I've got 30 minutes left. So the first step here is to create, again, and we're doing this together kind of thing, right? It's messy. We're going to do it together. So go get a GitHub account. If you don't have a GitHub account, do it right now. And after this next break, make sure that you have a GitHub account. I asked people to get one before, but get yourself a GitHub account, specifically GitHub. And I'm going to tell you why. We can debate about other methods later, but for this, you want to have a GitHub. You need a GitHub anyway. Quickly without having to read the whole page. Yes. So the reason that we are limiting ourselves to about 25 text lines is because we're limiting the idea to one title. And you'll know when you get out of hand with this, because I do it all the time, right? And I have content that's in my Zettels that doesn't belong to be in a Zettel. It's actually an article. So, and that's what KEG is about. I'm separating out the Zettels from the articles. And archive after it's digital. No, I keep it around. It's just too much of a hassle to delete it. What I usually do? This is a practice that I've been doing forever. I will block it out. I will write over it so that I know that I wrote over it. Does that make sense? So like it's still here. I don't throw it away or anything, but then I like write over it so that I can see that I overwrote it. I do that all the time, by the way, because I like to see the things that I deleted in my process because I want to know, like, oh, I had that idea already and I decided not to do it, and that'll be kind of a prompt for my memory to say, hey, you tried that already. Don't do that again. And yes, you do have to go back and read through your Zettels. So there, I'm going to bullet point a couple of warnings for you about this. and I'm gonna try to take better notes myself while we're doing this actually. So this is week 2. We'll just do week 2 or week 1. This is technically week 1. I mean, the last one was kind of week 0, so I guess I'm just gonna do this. So Zettelkasten. All right, so we're gonna say I'm gonna do a couple things. So limit. You know what? I have all the limitations done, but the limits help you, right? They help you. They help you to organize your thoughts. So watch out. I'm just gonna be freeform here. Watch out for by the way. I do this all the time. I'll be having an idea. The thing that's really great about using a personal knowledge graph, that's what these are called. Personal, I'm going to put that personal knowledge graph. Personal knowledge graph is popular name today. And they put all kinds of stuff in here. But the reason these are so popular is because that moment you have that, by the way, extra thought that's kind of tangential to the main thought that you have, what you do is you go make another one. And you'll see me, I'll have like 10 tmux windows open. I'll have 10 tmux windows open. Speaking of which, so like if I'll be in here, I'll be like doing week 1, right? I know this is messy, but whatever. I'll be doing week 1 and I'll be like, oh yeah, I got this other thing over here. And then I'll start another one. And then I'll start another one and another one. And it's kind of like you end up with this kind of like thread, and then you kind of, clean up the thread and go back and fill them all in. And it's very, very powerful because then they're all interrelated and stuff. And this is the biggest selling point. Why GitHub? Why GitHub? I want to answer this question really fast before it leaves my brain. And I'm doing things that I don't particularly like to do. You know what? I don't know. I'm trying to, this is not, by the way, this is not a Zettelkasten entry. This is an article or an outline or something. They're not Zettelkasten. Say Zettelkasten, to me, a Zettelkasten. So let me tell you the limits. I've written this elsewhere, but I'm going to write it again. Okay. So the first thing is, a title, less than 50 characters. 50 Unicode characters. You guys know what Unicode is? You guys know what that is, right? So yeah, less than 50 characters. And then it has a body of about 25 to 30 lines. And it's not a coincidence that my screen is set to this. So when I stream, one of the nice advantages of having a bigger font is not just for the visibility, but it's also that I know when I'm going over. When my screen starts to scroll, I know that I'm like I'm beyond the normal position for that kind of thing, right? So a body of about 25 lines, and then I have indent for tags on the last line, hashtags on last line. This is a relatively modern thing. He did do it as well. He just didn't have a hashtag for it. This also helps it, so it'll work with Twitter. Hashtags on the last line after 4-space indent. And let's see, references, including URLs at section at the end, at the end. After body. All right. So the thing's wrong. It doesn't look, it's whatever works for you. There is no wrong. I want you to know that. Okay. So give yourself permission. If you don't like what I do it your way. If you want to use org mode, fine. If you want to use Obsidian, fine. But just please consider some of the things that I've run into as obstacles for those methods when you're doing your own system. Okay. It's the most important thing about this system is that you'll freaking use it. And you're not going to use it if it's too complicated. You're not, right? So one of the reasons that I kept taking away technology, I kept ripping it out after somebody else said, you want to do this, you want to use this app and this, and I'm like, it's because I wanted it to just be simple. I just didn't want it to overwhelm me. You're trying to do it. So You should definitely know this thing. Okay, so this is really all there is to it. Okay, any other formatting in here that you do is up to you. Okay, this is the main limitation. Now, other than this, the only thing that I would suggest is if you want to do, and then if you just do stick with single. Okay, these are markdown limitations. Stick with single level lists. If you stick with a single level list, like I just forced myself to do, I was about to do an indent, you know what I'm saying? Guess what? Your documents end up being more easy to digest. You know who else does this? Medium. The Medium blogging platform, they basically took 1996 Internet HTML standards for the web, and they are making money off them now. You only get one level of listing. You only get impossible to manage, just will only be worth the time investment, of course. Well, okay, so let's talk about why GitHub. Built-in search engine. Since you said it, I told you I like to respond to the crowd. So this is it. Okay, so here's this big, messy Zettelkasten that you can't even see them all because I got more than 1,000 of them, right? Let's search for every entry with the word Zettelkasten in it. There they are. There they are. So why GitHub? I'll tell you why. Because you have a built-in search engine. Now, anybody who's used any amount of Linux is going to tell you, can I just do that with grep or anything from the command? Absolutely. But if you don't know what any of those things are, anybody can get started making a repo. You can name your repo Zet if you want. You can name your repo me. Now, I'm trying something new, and I'm gonna tell you what I'm trying that's kind of new. Okay. And you can decide if you want to do it or not. Okay, so this is a kind of me sharing thing. I am currently in the process of making my first knowledge exchange grid site, what I call a keg node or a keg site. And the way that I do it is, and I've used as a convention, which I'm going to suggest to others, is that you create a repo called me. You don't even need GitHub for this. So that's another thing too. We're going to get rid of GitHub. Except for as kind of a backup medium. GitHub does not, in one sense, GitHub is great, and in another sense, Git is not perfect for Zettelkasten because really you only care about the most updated content, and that's it. You don't actually need to keep version content. In fact, it's sometimes bad that you keep version content. So you have drama with a streamer, and that stuff is saved in the history, right? You don't necessarily want that. You just want the latest data. Is that marked down very nicely? Yes. Written in Markdown, yes, it will, and that's actually the primary reason to use Markdown. So let's go back. Let me go back here. So what I would suggest, or jump to get on the GitHub box, yeah, GitHub and greps, yeah, that's how we search it. So you do GitHub and greps. You know what's really great about this is I can let anybody else search it too. I have a command that's in my thing. I can say ZQ. The command is ZQ, and I say Zettelkasten. And now, guess what? I give you a link, and now you can click on the link, and you can search everything. And this is a huge breakthrough for me. Huge breakthrough. Okay, I'm gonna summarize lots of years of frustration with one thing. So conventions. Link to searches, not to content. And this is a huge thing. I happen to think that hyperlinking in the World Wide Web is broken. Because how many times have you followed a link and it's wrong, or something's bad, or anything's not there, right? All right, so if you want to do something while I'm babbling on right now, this is what you should be doing. Making yourself a GitHub account, creating a repo in there. You can call it Zet, or you can call it me, you can call it whatever you call it, notes, call it whatever you want. Decide whether you want it private or public. Nothing on GitHub is public. I mean, it's private, by the way. Even your private repos, by the way. So please never trust that. It's very, very dangerous to put anything in there that you think is private. It's not. There's been a number of breaches, and so there's nothing. Don't ever put anything on GitHub that you don't want the world to see. I will talk about ways for you to do this, just using a notepad or something like that. And you can do that. The other thing too is that we're just talking about text here. So let's say you don't even want to use GitHub. Let's say you don't. and you're always going to be on the same computer. Just make a folder. Just make a folder and then organize the folder. Now, the hardest part of this, and this is actually one of the reasons, stick with single level lists. We'll come back to the HTML stuff. Is use an Isosec identifier because human friendly. I can, okay, so I can do an Isosec. Need the world to see. There you go. So, what's an Isosec identifier? An Isosec identifier, I'm going to go find it in my Zettelkasten. Isosec. This is going to find every entry with Isosec in it and show me them. And I can actually go edit it with my editor. This is a tool which I will be releasing. I don't want you to become dependent on the tool yet. Please don't. Okay, so just use GitHub for your editing right now. But eventually there will be a tool that you can use if you want to that's open source. You can do it. But I want people to be able to do this process using their own methods and tools and scripts and stuff like that. So pretty sure I invented the word Isosec. So here's an Isosec. I've never heard anyone else use it. Working on keg and pegging, blah, blah, blah. So what is it? An Isosec is the year. It's the month, the day. It's basically an RFC timestamp without all the spaces and the T taken away. And then here you have the hour, and you have the minute and the second. Okay. How often do I review my Zettels? About once a week. Once a week I go through them and I look through them. Yeah, honestly, I don't review them as much as I should. But what ends up happening, Martins, and this is something I actually did quite a bit. I took an advantage of something that Luhmann did not have. So a part of Luhmann's process was a daily or a weekly review of the stuff in his Zettels. He would pull them out and it would refresh his memory of all the stuff, right? So we're not going to talk about that right now. We're in the middle of a Zettelkasten boost. So this is really important. All right. And I I'm hesitating here because this troubles my heart when I depart from the spirit of somebody else's thing. So first of all, how often do you review your Zettelkasten? I review my Zettelkasten constantly, but not in the way that Luhmann did. Luhmann would go in and he would like regularly go through his stuff, and then he would combine stuff with other Zettels, and he'd throw slips away, and he would do other thing. He had a method for linking, for like basically making a linked list of Zets for this long stuff. You know, he did a number of things because he didn't have a computer. And it's been very hard for me to allow myself some luxuries because I do have a computer, and one of those is searchability. I think it would be foolish. I think Niklas Luhmann today would definitely use GitHub searching and keyword searching and keyword crunching. And like the thing I'm building right now with Keg, I'll have an index of every single word in the entire Zettelkasten and where it appears and what the percentage population of it is. And I can click in on that and I get an automatic index of every single Zettel. So if I want to click on a thing that links them all together to every other thing, that is something that we can enjoy from today. Now, you can still get that level. So why am I going into, you asked me, how often do I review my Zettels? The reason I don't review my Zettels the way he did to keep them, in your brain is because I'm constantly searching my Zettelkasten. So instead of like doing a review, commonplace book before. I don't know what that is, but I regularly am searching. I know, like I just did, right? I'm regularly searching for my old content, updating the ones that are there. Sometimes I'll leave a note that says, this is what I thought before, and this is what I think now. Again, Zettelkasten is not baked content. And then one problem I've had up to now is that my baked blog article kind of content, books and stuff, is intermixed in my Zettelkasten. So you'll find a very polished article that I'll write that'll go out to Twitter and everything, and it's got a Zettelkasten note on it. So what I would like to suggest is that instead of doing that, and this is where I'm exploring with the Zet for the last year. Anybody who's been watching me will tell you how successful that's been for me for the last year and a half. Just this very minimal idea of a Zet with this Isosec identifier. And the primary purpose of the Isosec identifier is being able to make it by looking at your watch. I can use an Isosec unique identifier, which is the hardest part. And Luhmann had his own method for doing unique. He had unique identifiers that had meaning meaning in the name, like a T or something like that. And I don't think that's a good idea at all. A strong database theory says that having meaning in your identifiers is really, really dangerous. So instead, what I do is I use the Isosec thing. I can look at my watch and I can write it down. It's kind of annoying, but that's why this is down here. This tells me what my Zettelkasten ID is. So that is something that's not unique to me. Actually, there's a couple other Zettelkasten systems out there. In fact, I think Obsidian uses this concept of an Isosec. There are other ones that use big, long, drawn out UUIDs. I think that's a huge mistake because, okay, it's unique, but how are you going to make that if you don't have a UUID generator someplace? You know, that's an engineer being an engineer. So I am constantly checking my engineer and saying, am I over engineering this? Does this really need to be, you know, this elaborate thing? I like what's called progressive technology applications. So like you start with a minimum possible tech to deliver, and then you add on layers as you have them available without losing any of the value in the previous stuff. And that goes for my Zettelkasten. I can do it on paper. I can copy it in. I can search it and grep it. Can I grep my paper? No, I can't. But I don't store my Zettelkasten in its final form in paper. If I did, I would probably have to change my method because I would have to go through and search it. I cannot imagine searching through paper Zettels. And he did. He had an index. I do add the Isosec on occasion. I haven't in the last like 6 months. In the last like 6 months, I don't even put him on there because this is just temporary. So I do a temporary stuff on paper. The format's the same though. But this is another reason I'm going to put a big shout out for this. What I'm using here is actually common mark, but you don't even need to know that. You don't need to know that. All right. We are going to learn basic common mark today. We're going to run through that in the next hour. But I want you to understand that all you need to know is to put a hashtag and put the title on the first line, keep it under 50 whatever runes, put your body, and then put your references down below, just like you would normally write them out. Cookie, and you could, session cookie identifiers. Well, no, because you'd have to add some other thing to them. I would never use that for that, but this is, you don't need that level of granularity. This is a per second. I have another thing called an ISO-nan, by the way, which is, ISO-nan. An ISO-nan includes the nanosecond. But that, of course, you can't do that without a computer. You have to have a computer for that. A runes equals a character. Yeah, a rune is a Go word for a Unicode code point. That means it includes emojis and stuff like that. So saying a character these days in technical world is usually associated with a 1-byte ASCII character, and that's incorrect. So I have a hard time using that word character, even though glyph is another one that people use. Okay, so this is actually a pretty good one. So we have a body. It fits basically under in 20-25 pages. I have a reference to something, and then I have some tags at the bottom. That's it. You don't have to know anything else. If you want to, formatting, right? If you want to do formatting, we'll do basic formatting. You do 1 star for italic, 2 stars for bold, and 3 stars for bold italic. If you want to make it so that it's, monospaced, you do backticks. Done. And that's pretty much all of the next hour, but we're going to go through it. Is there an Isosec someplace? I've never seen it. This is, I don't know what that is. That is not it. No. I've been trying to make it's funny you say that because I was in the shower today and I thought, you know what? I need to make a website where if you go to isosec.skillstack, whatever, it's just the current Isosec so they don't save some time. But it's not hard to figure it out. And by the way, okay, so you get the minute and the second wrong. Oh no. Who cares? As long as you know the date. I can make this Isosec by just looking at the date. Okay, so 5 May 7. Okay, it's the 7th. It's 1:44. So 17:44 and some seconds on there. I can look at my watch and I can make that. All right. In fact, let's do it. Okay, so let's go back to our Let's go back to our Git repo. If you've created a Git repo, how much time we got? We got 9 minutes. So by the end of this session, this first session, we're going to take a 12-minute break out of this. By the end of this is what you should have. You should have a repo called Zet or Me. I'm not really confident in the Me one yet, but the reason that I'm using the one that says Me, did it say 13? 13, right? One should be 13. Is my Isosec wrong? Wait, what's going on? Do I have an error in my Isosec? Oh, no, it shouldn't, because it's GMT. Oh, thank God we said that. It's really, really important that it's GMT, because if it's not GMT, you're going to have all kinds of conflicts. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, ISO none. ISO nan is the one that has that's okay. So anyway, yeah, cleaning up my Twitch about page before boosted 11. Oh, I'm sorry. I need to change my project. That is not what I'm doing. I'm in the middle of the boost. So whoopsie. I'll make sure to catch that next time. Greenwich meantime. All right, we have 8 minutes left. So what is the goal for this first session, everybody? We covered all that. We're going to do the VM tonight. All right, so get a GitHub repo, get a me. Everybody have this? By the end of the break, this is what you need to have. Create a me or create a Zet. Now, if you create a me, which is what I'm going to do, I'm actually going to do this with you because I'm in the middle of transferring my Zet over, all right? I'm in the middle of transferring over. Remember that problem I told you about having blog posts mixed in with my Zettelkasten entries? I'm fixing that. I'm fixing that right now. And so what I did is I made another repo called me. I'm going to put my CV in here too. You can do that too, because you can't use that because you can't look at your, I already covered that, hero. Can you do that with your watch and a piece of paper? No, you can't, unless your watch has it, which it probably doesn't. I mean, I don't even need a watch. I can use the sundial and a paper calendar. If I know what day it is and the general hour, I can use this Zettelkasten method identifier. So I'm a strong advocate for simple identifiers. The other thing that's really great about the Isosec identifiers is that you can pick them out in the words. They're unique. So, and yeah, you can use a watch for that. I mean, if you wanted to, that's fine. Again, why would you overcomplicate it when you don't have to? The GMT second is unique enough for 90% of the time. I would never use the epic second. Most people here don't even know what we're talking about. So why would you do that? I think it's a huge mistake to do that. But if you want to do that, it's fine. It's also not universal, right? So it's not. It's got all kinds of problems because of, anyway, I don't want to get into it. Once again, the engineers over-engineering solutions. Just use the current second in GMT time. So UNICODE identifiers every time. There you go. So we can create a UNICODE identifier, and then we're gonna show you how to edit some stuff, and we're gonna do a little markdown. We're gonna make a Zettelkasten entry or two, and then we're gonna move on. The reason that we're doing the note taking stuff first is that we're gonna cover a bunch of VM stuff, and you're gonna want to write it in your Zettelkasten notes. Okay, and this is another thing too about making a me directory. You might not want to put your how-to boost notes that are chronological mixed into your Zettelkasten. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. I don't know. It's up to you, right? And by the way, one of the things that I'm missing that I'm trying to work on is the manifest. This whole thing is useless without a manifest. The manifest is the thing you go to look up where things are related to other things. And I don't use the manifest because I use searching. So I've continued to cheat. Well, Luhmann had an index. He had to maintain very strictly. He had to maintain an index. Otherwise, he had no way to search his content. But we don't really need that because, and I hate saying that, but that's one of the things that we actually don't need because we can search. Everybody's going to be able to search on any device. The only time it wouldn't be possible is if you had just pure paper. Do I own my code words under my own license? Push to what site? Your site or your own? I mean, that's up to you. Which Zet site did you push to? If anybody's pushed to my site, I put a big disclaimer on my Zet saying that this is not available for reproduction, period. And you have no ownership of it whatsoever. What are you talking about? Create a Zet site, keg site. This is my Zet site. A keg site is a different thing. A Zettelkasten. This is a Zettelkasten repo. So yeah, you just need a repo right now. You just need a repo, and you call it Zet, you can call it me, you can call it whatever you want. You can make it public, you can make it private. That's up to you. And the complication is that a Zettelkasten, in my idea about what a knowledge exchange grid site contains, one of the types of content is a Zettelkasten. Another one would be a blog article. and they would not be the same thing at all. So that's where that's coming from. Do we have any last minute questions for this 4 minutes before we go on this break? And I missed before being over. Yeah, it does. Absolutely. It searches everything. Yeah. Yeah, because it's found. I know it has because I've found stuff that was not included. Is that an AMI repo? All right, let's talk about a Zet and AMI repo. I'm in the middle of trying something new. Yeah, there's always VODs. There's always a 5-hour YouTube video. It's the top thing. Well, it has to be GMT so that you don't miss. Let's say that you are a traveler and you go someplace else, or you have daylight savings time. God help you. If you have daylight savings time, then your identifiers are going to be very confusing. They'll be unique, perhaps, but you have a risk of having them overlap with somebody else in a different time zone. And so if you use GMT, you just never have that problem. You never have that problem. You can easily convert GMT to anything else, but that's the main reason for that. The reason to use Zettelkasten versus me. This is a tough question, okay? And I got to tell you right away, I'm going to disclaim it. I'm in the middle of this process. I'm going to say it again. I am in the middle of moving from one repo that's just my Zettelkasten to one repo that has my Zettelkasten in it and my blog posts and my CV and what I'm going to call a keg site. It has everything, all the knowledge I want to exchange on the knowledge exchange grid. It's kind of a monolith. Why would I do that? The main reason I want to do that is because this is the place I want to search for everything. Any knowledge I've ever produced is all in this one place, this one site, this one knowledge node, this root node, whatever you want to call it, this one keg site. And not only that, but that site and that can now be rsynced over SSH, and I can allow people to subscribe to my site by giving me their public key, and I add their public key just like GitHub into my system, and then they can SCP, and I can rsync, and everybody can have a copy of my keg site. And guess what else? I can have a copy of your keg site. And the only thing you need to do to share is copy the files through an rsync or an SCP process. So those of you who know what that is, we're going to get into it. But all you need to do is the files. It doesn't matter how the files are moved. You could use a USB stick if you wanted to. So every ounce of knowledge that I produce ultimately is going to be in this one monorepo. And I did the math. I did the math about how big would it get? How hard would it be to sync and everything? And, you know, considering the whole Gutenberg Bible is like less than 2K kilobytes or 2 megabytes or something like that. I'm in the middle of my boost. Yeah. Oh, thank you. So it's a pretty, that's what I could use the libraries from Charm. Yeah. CD disks. Yeah. It's less than my entire world's production. I mean, you can even go look at, the creation, a library of virtual slip boxes. Yes. But it's not just the slip boxes. I want to be clear on that. Somebody asked the difference between a me and a Zet. Well, the reason that my me repo has a Zet in there is because I'm also going to create another thing called post. And I don't want to talk about it now, but I do want to, there's something called a knowledge node in my system that is just a folder with a README. And we're going to do that. We're going to talk about that after the break. Okay. They always go on YouTube. Yes. Always, always, always. All right. So we're going to take a 12-minute break. I'm going to run 2 sets of ads. If you don't want the ads, you can go ahead and sub, but the ads are to keep us from interrupting people with ads at other times. And so we will be back shortly. Again, create a GitHub repo, create a me folder. And by the way, you can change the name of that if you don't want it to be me. I just thought it would be cool to have the name be consistent, like dot files or something like that. But if you want to pick another name, that's up to you. All right. So let's do that. Here comes the ads. We'll go on break. Now is the time to be, casual. I'm going to turn some music on for a bit, but I am going to go make a little coffee. We have 12 minutes. So if you've never created a repo, yes, I'm going to be creating a repo from scratch, using GitHub only. We're not going to use any command line at all. You want to see the notes? Which notes? This one? Okay, doke. You want to see the, which notes did I have? I'm trying to decide which one were we looking at. Oh, this one, right. Why GitHub built-in search, universal displays markdown. Yeah. So your homepage button for create repository. Yep. Yeah, we're gonna go through all of that step by step. I'm gonna go make some coffee. I'll be right back. You know what? I'll put some music on for you while I'm gone. I'll put the Morrissey back on. How about that? All right, we have 53 seconds. All right, we got to say goodbye to that for a bit and get going. So I want to stay on schedule here. So, for this next section, we're gonna actually make a couple note things, but I hope to do more than that. All right, so first let's make a repo. All right, let's just make a repo, and I'm gonna assume you don't know anything. You've never done it before. I'm going through the GitHub account. I assume you know how to do that. I can't show you how to do. In fact, the second keg for reorg. All right, let me, I'm going to go ahead and delete this. So let me show you how to delete a repo too. So we're going to do this. I'm going to click on delete directory. Actually, let's do, I'm just going to go ahead and delete the whole thing and just start over. Settings. I mean, again, the difference between this boost and last boost is I'm going to do everything. I'm going to do it all. So you can like replay it and do it together and pause it. Somebody was tweeting that they're really grateful for the YouTube stuff because they were able to stop it and then process it, because we have a lot of people that can't listen to my speech because I talk really fast. And so they were able to do that. I'm going to go down to the danger zone down here and just delete it. I can do all this from the command line once you learn the GH tool, which we will not be learning during the boost. I'll tell you about it, but I'm not going to be showing that to you. I do speak fast, yeah. I forgot my password over here. I don't know if that's a thing. Did it work? All right, yeah. All right, back to main mode. All right, so here is your, let's assume you don't know anything about this. I can't get you distracted. So you click on plus and you say new repo, right? And you get a new repo. This is one area where it beats GitLab. It's actually a lot faster and cleaner to look at this. You don't need to mess with anything else. You're not copying a template, and we'll talk someday. We might talk about that, but for right now, it's not really critical. Right now, you just want a place to take notes. That's the goal. We want to take notes. So, and thank you for the sub. So you can put here. You can put me. You can put Zet. You can put notes. It's whatever you want. Now, I personally am going to use me. I've been exploring this as an option, and then in the description, I'm going to put my personal, I don't know what to say about this. I'm going to say keg site, and we haven't finished the keg site specifications. So if you want to be involved with that, actually, if you have any ideas about how to organize this stuff so that everybody has the same organization, that's all keg is. The knowledge exchange grid is one thing. Everybody sharing knowledge with the same organization, not necessarily the same content. And I'm going to talk to you about what that means. Okay, so first of all, it's on the internet and it's a directory, and that could be a Git repo, but it doesn't have to be. All right, so I'm going to keep this one public, actually, so you can go read it. It says add a README file. Yeah, what the heck? Okay, so the first standard, my other brain, yeah, the first standard for a knowledge node, or Zettelkasten is that you have a directory and it has a readme.md file, all caps readme, lowercase.md. You don't need git ignores or any of this stuff. If you might want to put a license on it though, if you want to share your content or not, I personally have chosen a content that is you can share it, but you can't make any, let's talk about Creative Commons really quick. Let's go ahead and create the repository and we'll talk about licensing really quickly, briefly. I don't want to get into a big legal treatise on this whole thing. Okay. But I do want you to understand how you're releasing your data. And I want people to understand that my Zettelkasten has been released with a very specific license. So my license is that you cannot make derivatives. And the reason for that is because I don't want people trolling me or taking me out of context, or any of the number of the other things they've used to abuse my content, which I don't want to get into. I've had drama with other people and they have actively sought to destroy my content by opening fake issues and pull requests and all kinds of stuff. I actually had to delete the repo and remake a new one and it was all completely against GitHub and they didn't care. So I'm just telling you, once you start putting your other brain out there, be ready to get criticized and attacked by people who don't agree with what you put in there, particularly if you write pretty openly like I do. And that was the basis of probably the biggest Twitch drama I've ever had. I don't want to go there now. I just want to say that just be ready for that. But one of the ways, the weather thing is broken. Yeah, it definitely is. I didn't do that. It's Windows. So one of the ways to protect yourself from that is to put a license in here. And my license is here. So come on. Oh, that's right. You can't do that. I have to go find it. Yeah, I'm going to have to, I don't know. You know what? It might be easier to just show you with a simple small group. This is another reason that I don't think Zettelkasten I don't think Git is the best place to do this stuff. And I'm actually working on having it just be on a replicate to multiple servers using rsync, which is, nobody needs to know about that right now, but we're going to fix this later. Let's just do this one. Let's use this one. Okay. So, let's add a file. Let's create a new file. Actually, if you create, I don't know the best way to add a license to it and GitHub for you. I normally copy a file. I'm realizing now as I go through it with you that I do a lot of things and assume things about it. But here's how you do it. Oh, that's really great. Thank you for the link. So Creative Commons is where I go for my stuff. Yeah, did you find it? Thank you for that. And so what about Creative Commons? So first of all, if you're writing knowledge down, it's covered under the Creative Commons licensing. If you're writing source code, even the snippets in your source code, so you might have to do a dual license for this. And I have that. I have a special license that has both of the things listed. Oh yeah, there it is. Thank you for that. So I have a special license that has both. I don't know if you want to do this. I have the Creative Commons license, no derivatives commercial unported. This means that people can't make a copy. They can make a copy, they can fork it and everything, but they can't make a derivative work, including satirical work. That means if somebody takes your work and they make a satirical thing of it, we won't talk about GPL right now. And so that's, I don't use the GPL and I don't think anybody should unless it's GPL 2. GPL 3 is the devil and you should not use it. That's the short version. Creative Commons notice. So my writing and the Zettelkasten is covered under this Creative Commons work. So I suggest you read it. You can make a pick for yourself. The easiest one, let's see, there's actually a little thing, share your work here. Share your work, choose a license, get started. Okay, let's go through this. I'm just going to go through it since this is supposed to be, all right. All adaptations of your work are going to be shared. Allow adaptations. No, I don't want adaptations. And you could do that, but I don't. I don't want people to share my work because I don't want them to write books. I've had people wonder why they could. No kidding. I had somebody say, if you made your license a little bit lighter, I'd make a book out of your content. And I was like, absolutely not. Because it's not, vetted or anything. I'm like, no, I don't. I want control of that. I'm not being stingy. I want you to read it and everything. This particular content, I do not want you to have. Now, you can't make adaptations of the shared work. I think this is still, for the KEG to work, or the knowledge exchange grid to work, you have to at least allow copies to be made. Otherwise, you can't exchange it. Strictly speaking, anytime somebody copies a website into the cache of the web browser, it's a legal violation of the law, but they never have been tested on it. So allow commercial uses of your work. Absolutely not. Now, this is a tough one because sometimes people want to cite you professionally, and I don't care. Normally, if it's source code, I don't care if it's used commercially. So if you want the equivalent of MIT license, do whatever you want, public license. And that's like, you do whatever you want. It's also, but the problem with that license, Frank, is that the enterprises will never greenlight that software. They won't. They need more assurances than that provides. And that's why the most popular license for software is Apache 2 right now, because it has a long-awaited verbatim patents, very explicit rights granted. And enterprises love that. They don't like the loosey-goosey language to say, hey, you can do whatever, because they're not explicit enough for the legal precedents that are out there. That is my take on it. You can do whatever. And Aaron Swartz. Aaron Swartz was one of the Creative Commons authors. They have no humor. Yeah, that's a fun license, though, I admit. So do you have a web page or not? You can put all this stuff in there, and then you can put a link to it. This is actually one of the licenses that's allowed when you want to make a GitHub repo. I don't know. Just stick. When you're putting the license in there, you ultimately want to put the file. So you're going to want to copy and paste the content of that file into there. So let's see if I can do that. This is a free culture. This is not a free culture license. Oh, sigh. Oh no, it's not a free culture license. I can't be, taken advantage of. Yes, as long as others share. Let's see, allow adaptations. I don't want them to adapt my work. I really don't. This gets really hairy when it comes to written work. What if you do if somebody reads a novel and they keep the entire novel the same, change it to their name with no attribution? How do you know which parts they changed and which parts they didn't change? I don't like it. Screw that. Come on, it's my own content. If you want to ask me permission, and I'll give it to you. There, the end. Let's see, this part, help others attribute. This one is optional, but filling it out will add machine readable metadata. Oh, that's interesting. I don't know if I want that. Why isn't it doing? Oh, here we go. Hey, look at this wonderful web design. You can put the title of the work. I don't want to do any of that. No, forget that. Where's the one that has the actual licenses? There's a place that has the text copy of the licenses. Consider before licensing. Chooser beta. Oh, they have a new one. Oh, look at this. I'm sure it would get fixed. Yes. Yes, I know the license I need. Yes, I do. Next. Which license do you need? Creative Commons, no derivatives, by no derivatives. This is the one I want. There we go. See the license deed. Oh man, the new system is much better. I love it. Do we have a description? Yeah, you can add a description. You can add it later if you want. There's really no problem with that. Yeah, you don't need to git ignore and you don't need a license. But if you want to add a license, you can add this. All right. Notices. Use this license for your own material. I'm trying to find the binary. It's so hard to find. Let's see. Or have it emailed to yourself. I want the binary data. Add this text to your work. Oh, there we go. Here it is. This work is licensed under Creative Commons, blah, blah, blah. All right, let's do that. Copy that. Close that. That's going to be good enough for me. And you can actually put the license in the directory. Where did my directory go? Right here? Right here. All right. So you can actually put the license in the directory. Let's add a new file. So add a new file. Create a new file. It does have it. I know. Does the TLDR one have it better? That's so much better. I'll have to go there next time. Yeah, I'll take your advice for it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go to the TLD because I cannot find the actual text of it. Search for Creative Commons Attribution, no derivatives, international. Yes, baby. This is what this is so much better. Thank you, YGBSM. Thank you very, very, very much for that. This is much better. Edit. Can I edit it? What if I want to just copy it? This is way better. I haven't had to do this in a long time because I just have it. So, managed by Benio. Interesting. Where can I just get the text? I have the text, but I'm trying to be you, and I know you would have a hard time finding the text too. Where is the text? This isn't it because it's got all these links in here. CC4 is great. I like CC4, but I don't want that. I don't want derivatives. You can do derivatives, but I don't want derivatives. All right. I'm just going to copy this in for now. I don't know if it's going to work. Okay, so pretend like I'm trying to be you. I'm trying to pretend like all I have is this view source now. So paste. Hey, look, that looks pretty dang good. All right, that looks pretty dang good. All right, we'll name the file all caps license. Oh wow, there's a license template apparently. I didn't know that. Okay, wait. Creative Commons 0 unit. Okay. I didn't know. I've never done this. Look, there's the unlicensed. That's the Creative Commons. The problem is that this doesn't have what I want. It doesn't have what I want. It's like they're only the open ones. Paste as plain text. And yeah. Anyway, preview. No, we don't want to preview. We're gonna say. Wait. I go with no license. You can go with no license. That's a problem though. Later, it could be a problem later. I don't know if you want to do it. Let's do notes. Commit with a new file. Create license. All right, create license. And this does a git commit for you. You can put whatever you want in here. And we're going to commit to main because we're horrible people, but that's fine. Hey, look, we have a license now. Now, usually it will tell you over here your license. You can come back and fix that later. Plain text, I don't know. I don't use that. All right, so this is the main like entry site, right? Why don't I like the GPL? I don't want to go into it right now, but mostly because it's made by liars. So, and the Free Software Foundation is trash. If you want more details on that, go search the web. Here, I'll give you a video. You can go watch it. Vids GPL, and that might have the one for you. I don't use it. I use Apache, MIT BSD, Mozilla sometimes, but GPL 2 v2. I never use GPL v3. It's an atrocious mistake done by charlatans and liars. And I fully agree with Linus Torvalds on that. You can listen to his opinions. We're not going to talk about software licenses right now, other than to say that when you pick a software license, you're trying to. The criteria for picking a license is what you're most afraid of. Are you afraid of being taken advantage of? Are you afraid of your stuff never being seen? Are you afraid of not being able to use your own stuff at work? Those criterion will really feed into what license you choose. I'll give you the quick answers. If you want to pick a license that you'll be able to allow you to use your software at work without any questions, Apache 2, hands down, because the universe has decided that Apache 2 is the license that enterprises love the most because they can use it and they can take it, but they'll use it and they'll take your software without you, even if other people will take it, even if you don't get it, but that lets you use your own software at work. 2, the MIT licenses are easy to read and everything. They're free form and everything, but they really don't serve any of those purposes. If you're going to do Go stuff, it's in BSD licenses. And GPL v2 is what Linux was released under. GPL 3 came along and decided to force everybody that had used the license, and they snuck it in because it's GPL v3, GPL v2 or later. And so a lot of people, they snuck in GPL v3. It's a totally different license, and it forces any hardware that's running any software to force complete access to the hardware to the end user. So it completely takes over possession, actually, and control of the hardware by overreaching and doing things that it was never intended to do, called anti-TiVoization. It's designed to make it so that when TiVo comes out or some other company comes out with a hardware appliance, that they're forced to allow their users to have access to the hardware and change whatever they want, which I think is completely insecure. And it forces them to do that. And if you run any software that has GPL v3 on that hardware device, they will sue the company for saying that you didn't allow people to alter the hardware on their device. And that's the nutshell of it. But I don't want to get into that conversation, but that's the licensing for it. We're not talking about software licensing right now, but I do think it's important that we touch on it since somebody asked. Let's take notes. All right, so we have 34 minutes. Let's make our first one. So I'm going to make a new directory. How do I do it? I don't use the graphic interface, so this is fun for me to do this. Create a new file. Oh, I remember. Okay, so there's a trick here, and they don't tell you about this, right? So this would be, now, okay, if you don't want to do the annoying thing by looking up the date for the Zettel, right? I mean, most of the time you're going to be just copying the previous one, I'm thinking, right? If you want to do it this way, then that's the way you could do it. You could say, okay, say I want to make a Zet directory, and then I'm going to, did you see how I put a slash? And then I'm going to paste that name of that, and then I'm going to put readme.md. All right. Now this is a Zettel method. Now, if you just want one file that has all your notes for the boost, that's totally fine. But I just want to show you this one. I'll do one of those next. So this is the thing. Now this is Markdown. Okay. And the Markdown. So let me show you what Markdown is really quick. So the first line, we're going to have a title. Titles begin with a, I'm going to have to zoom in. You can't see that, right? Titles begin with a hashtag, right? You could say how to make, you can capitalize, you can use title case, use whatever you want. How to make a Zettel entry. And then you can say here, I can say, this is the body of the Zettel, which means slip. And then, if you want a bulleted list, you say, like, first bullet, right? First bullet, second bullet. How do I get the date like that? You look at your date and you put it in, and then you copy and paste that one from every other one that you've ever had. If you don't want to do, if the date is too much for you, it doesn't matter. Just pick a unique name. It doesn't matter, right? If that's too much for you, I think it's just barely. Can you imagine doing a UUID though? Pretty painful, huh? You couldn't do that. GPL is less free. Yes, GPL is a non-permissive license. No, you will not. So here we go. Second bullet. All right. And I'm going to teach you everything you need to know about Markdown right now, and then you can go back and read more on it if you want. So what if I want italic or bold italic? Okay, so there you go. How about some... well, my Windows just froze, so I'm installing VirtualBox in your company's Ubuntu laptop. Oh boy, is that going to work? All right, so here we go. How about something that looks like backtick code? All right, so and when I have a URL, I want it to print also, so I always write it out like this. And then I would say something like https rbx.gg, right? And I always put my URLs there. And I put references at the bottom. I don't like it when people have like links that mess stuff up, you know. And then I say 1, 2, 3, 4 Zettel notes. And I always put 4 spaces over so that it makes it into a window. Now, after doing this, after doing that, that's all of the Markdown you need to know for now. And actually, there's one other thing. let's do another one. But when I have link, yes, absolutely think it's fine to do that. I didn't used to. I think it's fine to do that. The problem, as long as you don't delete them. Yeah, I often do that. I'll often link to them. Yeah, I still think inter-Zettel linking is fine if it's all local. I think linking to somebody else's Zettel outside of your system is a mistake. I think you should link to their search engine or to their manifest, or you should refer to it so that you don't get broken hyperlinks. Did you find it? Okay. The thing with common mark, though, that I want to really stress, and we're going to go over this next, is don't overcomplicate it. Anytime that there's two ways to do something, find one best way to do that thing, and it will be cognitively much easier for you to process. So, but when I have an ordered list, ordered or numbered list, so okay, one first, and then it does two second. Now, here's the thing. GitHub is automatically changing this for you, and it will fix it for you, but most of the time when you're writing, you might want to just put a 1, 1, 1, 1. And then when you change the order, it will change the numbers. But for right now, we'll just let it do its automatic numbering, right? And you can click on preview. Now, what I want to be sure that you understand here is that everything that you just learned about how to create a README file like this applies not just to your note-taking, but to issue submissions. It applies to conversations in Wiki and stuff like that happen on GitHub. It applies to Discord. Discord, you can do this all in Discord. You know this, right? You can do everything that we just did. You can do it in Discord. Let me show you really quick. So under questions, let's go to Discord. See if I can get there before I don't dox anything. So here we go. We'll into the. God, what is it? What is Discord's problem, man? So let's go into the discussion thing. So you can do all of this in bullet points. You just do it's like item 1, enter. Wait, it's not doing it. I think it. You know what? Never mind. I think I don't want to. Let's just stick with the topic. I haven't checked all the Discord stuff out. They may have changed it recently. Slack does a different thing, and it's going to confuse everybody because it doesn't use the same format. It's really kind of stupid, actually. All right. Where are you? Oh, my God. All right. Wait, what? What is going on? Streamer errors. All right, here we go. So it's just use the bullet. All right, back to where we were. Yeah, you can do code in Discord. Yeah, you can do Markdown. You just have to put in a thing. So if you wanted to have some code in here, you could do that, right? And I didn't want to show you this because you're not going to, I guess you might. Okay, so if you're doing Discord, if you're writing code, let's say you're writing some Golang code. Okay, you can put Go or Golang, and then you put 3 backticks, and then there's another 3 backticks, and then you say package main, and then func main, and we'll do a printf or something. Tab fmt println hello world. All right, so there's your functional program, right? And you can click on the preview, and you can see it now. The reason I'm having you do this on GitHub is because I'm not assuming anything about you. I'm not assuming you know VSCode. I'm not assuming you know any of these other things. Oh, you're right. Thank you. Somebody who knows how to. I'm so used to not doing that because my editor does it for me. So you're absolutely right. Thank you for catching that. Props to you. FFD, yeah. All right. So, and you can preview it. But the point I'm trying to make is that even if you use a better editor of your choice, we're going to use Vim or VS Code or whatever, that you can use GitHub as an editor. And I have used it successfully for years for kids who didn't have all the stuff to go through. And by the way, this works anywhere. This works anywhere. So if you've got a website and you just want to go in and tweak your code, or you want to go in and write a few notes, it even works from the web. The GitHub application, the editor works in there. Last I checked, it might have changed. And So, but I don't use any of those methods. But what I wanted to show you is that this is kind of the anatomy of a Zettel entry. You have basic Markdown. You've got ordered lists. You've got a little bit of highlighted code that they can automatically copy and paste just by clicking on it. And this stuff all comes for free. And I'm just going to reiterate, that is why we are using GitHub, right? So the reason that we're using GitHub, a built-in search universal displays Markdown, live editing from the internets, right? So that's why we're doing it. And on that note, that's it. I mean, that's literally it. If you want to provide a link to something else, it's a couple of things to know. If you want to link to another thing here, you would have to root it. And this is one of the reasons that I had a Zet repo instead of a me repo, because intuitively you would think that the link to this one, if I wanted to link to it, you think, oh, I'm going to link to the same one in the same directory. Subheadings, okay, so it's a good question. So I personally think that subheadings are a mistake in a Zettel. I think as soon as you have a subheading, this is my personal opinion. I'm going to say avoid subheadings, which are more for posts. So this Worky, actually, I'm glad you brought this up, because this is a thing I have struggled with for the last year and a half. As soon as you add, so I'm just gonna spit it out. As soon as you start adding subheadings, you're going down kind of an interesting path. Because if you're adding a subheading, it's probable that you're going to be breaking the topic up into something that should probably be another Zettel. You know what I'm saying? It should probably be another Zettel. So I mean, I'm not saying don't do it, but be very careful, because as soon as you add a subheading, now you've kind of got a document going, right? And I do this all the time. I end up writing a full tutorial document with subheadings and at 3 levels, right? And then I'm like, this is no longer a Zettel. This is like a blog post. And one of the reasons that I have moved away from the Zettel thing and created the me thing is because I think it's totally fine to write a post. I just want someplace else to do it. Does that make sense? I want to go. So let me show you what I mean by that. So let's actually talk about that for a second. So I'm going to go ahead and commit this. By the way, this hasn't been saved. Yeah, it will open it online in VS Code. I know I thought that you had to pay for that extra. Maybe that'll be Atomic. Yes. Zettel for IT related stuff. It is. And as soon as you could create a new file. All right. Oh, it wasn't there before. All right. So what is it? How do I do it? If your repo, I think if you press period, I don't, yeah, there it is. Yeah, they did add it. They added it. They added the editor. Yeah. I thought that this was going to be extra money. They made it so it doesn't cost extra money. That's so cool. That's great that they did that. So you get your VS Code in here. So thank you so much for putting that up. I totally forgot about that. Thank you so much for bringing that up. I'm sorry. I know your eyes. Okay, so here's my Zettel, and here over here, see this here? This is the typical VS Code. You can click on this, and it will actually preview it. It will show you your preview, so you can write the document as you're going. And this is phenomenal. And I totally forgot that they added this. I'm not a graphic person, obviously, but this is fantastic for people who want to do that. Terminal is behind the paywall. If you want to open the terminal up, it's behind the paywall. But just editing as the files isn't. Very cool. Did not know that. Thank you. Yeah, I've got dark mode on. So this is really cool. Can I push to Git? It's already pushed to Git. It's already pushed. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So like if you go back, wait, where'd it go? Where's my original? God damn it. All right, so here we go, right? Yeah. So here we go. We go down to the bottom here. All right, so remember I was editing. Just make sure you click on commit. All right. So now the thing is so cool about this, and I'm actually inclined to do this for the whole rest of the day now, because look what I can do. I can actually make the directories directly in here, right? So now instead of having a Z, I can say I want to add another Z in here. I can say I want a new folder. Oh, wrong one. I don't want it there. I want a new folder under Z. So I want a new folder under there. Okay. And then I can look at the data. This one I can cheat. Can I cut and paste it? I don't know. I can't. I feel I do not graphic very much. It's a little interesting. All right. Now here's the thing. Okay, people. All right. So let's talk about GitHub let's talk about GitHub, and let's talk about GitHub flavor Markdown and Markdown in general. Okay. So in fact, for the remaining 10 minutes, we're going to talk about Markdown and how to edit stuff. But before we get there, the last thing I want to do here is if you want to do those like articles, I suggest making another directory. My directory I'm going to make is going to be called posts. Okay. And posts is where I am going to do crazy things. Like I'm going to name things like why, Zettelkasten is cool. You know, and I'm going to make this stuff's going to turn into like website stuff, right? And my Zet stuff, I want it to be like, I don't want to put meaning in the names because the names are going to change over time. And by the way, I strongly encourage you not to put names in your directories and your files. And by the way, why use a folder instead of a different file? Because the folder is going to have different assets that are going to go with that Zettel. So let's say you have an image that goes with it or something, or you have a piece of code or an executable or something you want to download, right? Those things, if you make it, I have seen disasters from people who have used something .html or something .markdown, because then they try to put all their assets in a single assets folder. It's a pain in the butt because when you go to find it, you have to like reassociate everything with it. It's not atomic. It can't be copied. This is what I call a knowledge node. A Zet is a knowledge node. A Zet with a Isosec and a readme.md is a knowledge node to me. A knowledge node to me, every time you hear me say a keg node or a knowledge node, what I'm talking about is a directory with a readme.md file in it, an optional data.yaml file in it, and any other number of files in it that are optional. That's it. And the README file has some very specific criteria. The title needs to be on the first line. The tags need to be on the bottom line. That to me is a keg node. And that's the minimum. And if we follow a semantic format for this stuff, we can use it. Now, so I just made another post directory up here, right? But it doesn't have my Isosec identifier. Is that a knowledge node? Yes. It's also a knowledge node. It's a knowledge node of a different type. So now I'm going to do readme.md, right? But this is one where I can actually kind of have some fun with it, right? I can say, I can say this would turn into a web page, right? Why Zettelkasten is cool, right? And I can do reason number 1. Reason because it we'll say like German engineering, and then 2, and then so this is now an article. You see what I'm saying? To me, this is an article. This is a post. These are still knowledge nodes, though, in my world. In my world, a post is a knowledge node, and a Zettelkasten, a Zettel entry, is also a knowledge node. It's just a different type of knowledge node. And so what I'm actually talking about is strict typing for knowledge, so that we can use semantics and build our own search engines that run on our own machines, because we've built the semantics into the type of knowledge and how we capture it. So that's what this is. What you're looking at right now is not a Zettelkasten. It's a post, and a post has multiple things, and you can set up your own types. In fact, with a keg node and a knowledge exchange grid, I plan to have people able to define their own knowledge types. So let's say you want to make a slideshow, and you want to use Markdown. That's just a different keg node type, right? And I want you also to know something else. There's nothing proprietary here. Nothing that I've done is proprietary. So in my world, a keg node, as of this moment, and we're still working on the specification, a keg node is a monolith collection of all of my knowledge. That means it's got my Zettel entries, it's got my blog posts, it's got the article that I wrote for so-and-so, it has maybe a log of something else. It has maybe a book outline, And all of that stuff is there, and they're just different types of knowledge nodes, so that somebody searching through my knowledge nodes can consistently depend on the title being on the first line, or they can consistently depend on the tags being in the middle. And this then we can apply all of our knowledge to it. A cheat sheet for different programs. Yeah. So the most important part of a keg node, which I have not got done yet, is it will have a manifest. And the manifest is something that you can keep up to date by hand, but it's probably better to have a manifest generated automatically. And what that would do is it would create a file that shows the path to the file, and it just has a timestamp. It has a Isosec timestamp on it, so that anybody else looking at my repo can see what was the things that most recently changed. And if you want to tie that to an RSS feed or something, that's fine. And I'm kind of going in the weeds here on what keg is gonna be, but I wanted you to see that's the plan. Now, what I'm curious about is, did this automatically commit it? It doesn't look like it did. Oh, so let's say add posts. I'm just gonna put add posts and check on it, and that should synchronize it. Yep, and that's interesting because that's the same thing for VS Code. God, if I were teaching kids today, I would probably be using this because they don't have to install anything. It's real. I mean, but the problem is then they get dependent on it and they don't want to leave it and use anything else. All right, we've only got 14 minutes left, so let's go down the common markdown path. All right, what is Markdown? All right. And I'm going to say, we'll put this at the end here. What is Markdown? And it's going to take me about 10 minutes to go through this, but this is your first language you're going to learn in the boost. This is your first language, and don't let anybody tell you differently. You are learning a language when you learn Markdown. At this when you are done, I don't know. I don't know. Here, editing on GitHub. Is that it? I guess not. Do you just go back? I just pushed the back button. Do you do that? Yeah. I mean, a lot of people use this. I personally am not a fan of doing editing on the internet. I prefer to do it using, local development practices. But I'm not saying don't do it. And it's actually kind of nice that you could, I'm curious to see if you can do this on a phone. I bet you could. I bet you could open up your phone and you could edit your Zettel right there and put it on there. You wouldn't need some extra app to do it. I bet it's possible. I don't know that it's possible. If so, that would be really amazing, right? Because then you could make notes and go search them. One of the reasons that I told you that I use GitHub is because GitHub comes with a search engine. Now, it's not a particularly good search engine. It doesn't have any semantic knowledge of my source code, which is why I want to do keg, but it's good enough. It's good enough to get me going, and here we see it added my posts, and you can see the German engineering stuff. Okay. All right. So let's talk uniquely about Markdown. So if I'm going to pretend I'm you, you're like, I have no idea what Markdown is. What is Markdown? That's the search you would do. And what would you find? So I'm just recreating your steps for you. Getting started, the Markdown guide. This is a pretty popular one that's out there, and they're using VS Code. They didn't give Aaron Swartz credit. This is totally wrong. Aaron Swartz was a co-author of it. Don't just give Gruber credit for that. God, people get such stuff wrong all the time. Markdown syntax is designed to be readable and unobtrusive. Okay, so let's talk about what it is. And Dillinger, this actually is a good Markdown editor site. This is a really good one. I won't lie. Now here's the problem. All right. So right off the bat, you see a number of variations on how you can do Markdown. So I am going to skip all of this, and I'm going to take you to rwx.gg/lang/md. And this is a site. This is my site. It's old. This link will probably change, but this cuts to the chase on the Markdown thing. And one of the problems with Markdown is there are so many variations on it. Everybody wants to extend it, and it wasn't very well specified. So Common Mark had to come in, and I've actually spoken with JDM who worked on it, Pandoc. And so we only have how many minutes? We have 10 minutes left. What I want to teach you or go through is the absolute minimum Markdown you need. If you want to add more and complicate it after that, that is your choice. I'm going to tell you right now, though, that I am making a keg mark specification. I'm actually in the middle of writing the parser right now that will not allow anything other than what I'm about to tell you. Because I think one of the biggest problems with Markdown and making a universal format for knowledge is all of the variations. There's too many variations. And the original reason for the variation is because Jan Gruber was like, you know what? I want people to be able to be expressive in how they write their text. So there's literally an infinite number of ways to do a horizontal rule, because they want to be able to just have the text do whatever and have it be, well, that's really painful when it comes to parsing and when it comes to doing documentation and things like that. And not to mention the fact that you can't even do math notation. And if you're taking math, if you're taking notes in college or something, taking math notation is really important. So you need to be able to layer something on top of that. So as we go into the Markdown conversation, understand that this is a language. If everything I say here gets confusing, just understand you are learning a new language. So I'm going to teach you the very basic level of the language, and then you can layer on more as you go, as you require. Now, I already taught you or went over the very basics of what I would consider to be in a Zettel, right? Where's my Zettel? Did I throw it out? Did I throw my Zettel out? Oh my gosh. So, I mean, you can just go look at that example in my me directory, and you can see the very, very basics. This is all you need to know. I put code, blah, blah, blah. And a Zettel is even more restrictive than the listing under here for basic. So let's go through that. Priority on simplicity and compatibility. Here's a quick overview. They take you 20 minutes to cover the most basic Markdown. And hopefully we can do it in 8. If you really want to learn Markdown, you can go to basic, right? Paragraphs. So a paragraph is just a single long line, or it's multiple lines wrapped at 72 characters. I don't care. The KEG specification will allow you to do this. It's just a bunch of continuous text with no line breaks. If you want to make a new paragraph, put in blank line. Inline formatting, italics, stars, right? If you want, oops, I clicked off. I didn't mean to do it. All right, so we have the stars, right? If you have a bold, you have the 2 bolds. I'll talk to you about KEG during the break, okay? So if you want bold italic, 3 stars. Now, somebody out there is saying, yeah, but I can use underscores and blah, blah. You know what? Yeah, you can. You can also cause a lot of confusion for yourself. Just stick with the stars and you'll be good to go. Monospace, backticks, right? So what about underscore? And then I got this whole thing about why underscore is a problem. I have a big old FAQ on that. Yeah, and Slack is another one. So you can use either one, by the way, even on Discord. So anytime you don't want a star or a dollar sign, you could put a backslash in front of it. Now, in my Zettel mark, there is no such thing as escaping. You don't get to do that ever because you don't need to, because nothing else is allowed. So headings. If you want a heading, a level 1 heading is one. If you want one level 1 heading is a star, as a hashtag, right? Now, this indented falsely. This is bad HTML rendering on the part of Chrome, actually. I did it. I followed the specification, and Chrome renders it incorrectly, which I've been trying to get around it. It's a problem. Firefox has a similar problem there. I don't want to get into it. They define white space differently. So these are all supposed to be left justified. I forgot to check that. Then level 2 is 2. You can go all the way up to 6, although I would suggest you stick with 3. Because above that, there's no distinction visually between them. You can do that if you want to. Do not use the version where you can put the lines under it. You can't parse that. It's a pain in the butt. Just don't do it. Just use the hashtags. Another reason for that is because you can grep that stuff. You can search it out of your thing. You can show me all the headers. Well, the header is contained on a single line. You can also put stuff after it. Don't do it. Headers and hyperlinks. Links and hyperlinks. Words, raw URLs, and images. So normally, again, this is Markdown. This is not KEGMARK. In KEGMARK, you can't do this. You can't do this. If you want to do this, you have to refer to it by, writing in the references section, see the following URL. This is really, really bad because it hides the link, it hides the content. And so if you go to print it, you don't get to see it unless you have a different style sheet for the printing. It's a pain in the butt. It's actually, this is something I did not used to think, but the Kegmark will not allow this. If I were you, I would always figure out a way to write your URLs out, and you don't need to put the angle brackets around them in GitHub or anything these days. And this is an old reference, but it used to, the standard in Common Mark is to wrap it in these angle brackets. But GitHub and pretty much everything else will see a URL just by beginning with HTTPS, and it will move on. But yeah, well, even if you don't think you have to print it, but I want my Zettelkasten entries, I want my knowledge nodes to be, I want my content to be printable. And believe me, there are people who do print it. So I work with teachers all the time. You know, one of the things they have to do in classrooms where there's no computers, I'm not kidding. They print out the web page, this particular web page, as a PDF. And they take those PDFs, they go print them, and they take them to other people in the classroom, and they look at the paper thing. And that happens in more than 40% of the world that doesn't have access to the computers like you think they do. So if you're in I work a lot with people who don't have real access to computers, and this is the thing. It's like one of my biggest pet peeves. The Keg. What are these references to Keg? The knowledge exchange grid. We talked about that. Kegmark, and I don't want to refresh that again. Okay, so can I just use HTTP for links? I said no here, but I think you can. Images. So here's how you do an image. It's the same thing. You just make a link, you put a picture, and then you put an exclamation point in front of it. That's it. Here is a linked image. So you have a bracket around the whole thing, and then you have a link. That's just so you know how to do that. I don't recommend doing that in Keg, but you can. I just wanted to show you. So here's the lists. You want a bulleted list, you use that. You use the ones. If you use the ones, then you can alter the order and it doesn't hurt you. So I do that. Separators, this is an important one. I stuck with 3 dashes so it doesn't mess with other things. And that's important because if you have like YAML embedded in your stuff, it might cause a problem because it uses dashes. And what else we got? Hard return. So if you put 2 spaces at the end of any line, it should create a hard return. That is if you want to return it. You don't want to make a new paragraph, but you just want to return. Blocks. So I use backticks for blocks. And I don't know why these are indenting. It's driving me crazy. My style sheet needs to be, I think I'm just going to have to fix it for Chrome and just say goodnight to Firefox, because this was all working on a Firefox. It's not working over here. And this is how you do code. You just put 3 backticks and you put the name of the code type. All right. And you get the rendered version. Here's a short list of some of the things you can use. Go, say, all that. And so the only time that I would ever use the tilde version is if you are putting Markdown. So you can use these tildes, squiggly things, and you would only do that if you wanted to put code inside of your Markdown. What's that? Side note, if you just put no text and hit enter, I think it makes a horizontal dividing line. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I think it's super important that you use 3 dashes. And the reason I think that's important is because that is something you're going to be searching through the file for. And I'm making Kegmark, and Kegmark will have a linter. And if you don't pass Kegmark, you won't be able to be on Keg, period. So if you want to do Common Mark and all that, that's fine. It'll just ignore the extra formatting that you put in there. And so there's literally an infinite number of ways to do blocks, code blocks. So I don't want to go there. Block quotes, I just have this thing that, what would you call that? A right angle bracket or a greater than sign. And you can put them all on the same line or on multiple lines. It doesn't matter. You have to have, if you want a blank line, it has to connect. You can't, the commenting, I don't know if I'm going to support this in Kegmark yet, but you, technically speaking, you can put HTML in Markdown, but don't. It's really bad idea. It's only partially supported on GitHub, and when it is, it's a problem. However, if you want to comment in Markdown, I mean, why would you put a comment in a Zettel? You would just write it. You wouldn't ever have a comment in the Zettel. The Zettel itself is the document. So I don't know about that, but that's, and then if you want to go more on that, you can go to any of the other Markdown things that are out there, like Dillinger, and it'll show you, see, there's somebody using underscores. This is idiotic. Why would you make your title italic? That's so stupid. Okay, there's another big pet peeve of mine too. See how they put the title right under there? That is not allowed in Pandoc Markdown. Pandoc Markdown, which is one that you want to probably work up to so you can make books and stuff, does not, you have to have a blank line after the title. People who like crunch their headers right after each other like that are just asking for problems. Don't do that. I'm telling you, just don't do that. Make sure you have a blank line after. Now they're using dashes instead of stars for bullets. But you know, that's fine. And the problem is, as I said, is that you're going to find a lot of variation in all of this. Oh gosh. And then they also have reference links, which means those links are all down at the bottom. They have tables. This is a table. I'm not opposed to doing tables. I do use table on occasion. If you're going to do tables, there's like 5 different formats for tables. So I would stick with GitHub flavored Markdown tables because they will render on GitHub. I happen to like Pandoc tables better, but they don't render on GitHub, so GitHub wins. The common mark specification, you can read it. There's a huge flame war about who's going to win for table formats in the final version of common mark. And they decided not to do anything and to just leave it blank. So that's it. You can go play around with Dillinger. That's all I'm going to say about Markdown. Now is your time to ask questions. I'm going to run the ads and we're going to take another 12-minute break. Okay, but that's all I'm going to talk about with Markdown. Other than that, the best way to learn Markdown is to just watch what other people do and just not be dumb. I mean, seriously, most of it comes down to I want to be able to read my source code as well as I can read the rest. And if you can't read the source code because you've taken liberties with it, you know, you're going to regret it. You're going to regret it. Inline references in my Zets. So I do not use hyperlinking at all in my Zettelkasten. I through hard experience, and I'm going to tell you, I learned this the hard way. Through very, very hard experience, I have learned that the only link out to the World Wide Web that I have in my Zettelkasten at all is an explicit HTTP URL that is written out someplace. That means if it's a long ass URL because it's some dumb shit on Medium, then I put it at the bottom under the references section. I put the title under it. I do this a lot, actually. I do something like this. So let's say let me go find, so this is, let's go find something. Let's say Markdown, right? I'm making a Z about Markdown. So here's a zero click. This is, okay. So I'm making a document link and it says Markdown, right? So I have a references section down here and I do bang, bang, links and it adds in my link. So this is my standard way to add a link. What it does, and I use Vim and a little script and everything. What it does is it takes my bookmark, it makes it have a hard return after it, puts the title and puts the full link after it, and then I put all of these things in the reference section of the body, which they referred to in the introduction to Zettelkasten footer references, right? So what I do is I want my body to be readable. Right? I very rarely will I include something in the body. And when I do, it's almost always a Zet ID. So I put a Zet ID in the body as opposed to that. And then I have a references section, you know, so sample references, right? Section. I mean, this is just my method. As I said, you take it and do what you want. And I just can do that. I can put it in there, but then it's all written out. I know where I'm going. Another thing about this is if the URL is relatively medium sized, guess what? You can just click it, even in your terminal. Another reason to do that, because I can hold control down. I can click on that and it will open it in my terminal. Let's open another page probably. Yep, there it is. See? So linking to other Zets. Okay, so another hard lesson that I learned, right? Linking to other Zets, the only thing I do to link to a Zet is I put the Zet identifier in there by number. That's it. That's all I do. Like if I wanted to refer to a Zettelkasten in here, I would say, I would put this in there And this is something new that I just started doing. I put I've been putting a Z in front of it. And then that's it. And that's all I do. Because when I go through and build a manifest, I can build, I'm not using this to go search for it, right? And so if I need to look for it, I just go cut and paste that or add it, and it's all there. And that, the other thing's cool about that is that that's a small enough reference that I can put a few of them in there. If you were using a UUID, God help you. This is also consistent with Luhmann's ideas. If you go look at Luhmann's tagging system or his reference system, you'll see that occasionally he'll inline it very, very occasionally. It doesn't do it very much. He usually keeps that in a references section. But when he does specifically refer to something, he refers to it by his unique identifier. He puts parentheses around it, and he just sticks it right in the paragraph, just like this. And so this is something new for me. I in the past, what I've been doing is I've been creating a Git link, which I don't recommend. I created, so this is why I'm getting in trouble. I'm telling you all the things that I did wrongly so that you can be better than me. But I was like, okay, the reason I had to make my Zet a root repo is because readmes in GitHub would not resolve properly by doing this. So if I do it like this, then this is automatically a relative link. And so when I go to GitHub, I can click on the link and it will go to that thing in GitHub properly. Problem now is that in my new me repo, and this is where this all came about, in my new me repo, Zet is but one directory under multiple subdirectories potentially where I want to click on it. And so it might move around. And this relative hard linking like this, or even relative with a dot saying I want to go down, is very, very bad because it doesn't allow you to move your content. It doesn't allow you to move your content. It doesn't allow you to organize. It doesn't work with GitHub. It's also the reason I'm not going to be using GitHub as my primary source for Zettelkasten. I'm going to be using synchronized. I'm going to have multiple mirrors using rsync, and I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. But the keg, that's going to be the model, is that you'll have, it doesn't even have to be a Git repo. It can be, but it doesn't have to be a Git repo. It'll just be a folder or directory with all this stuff in there. And then we'll have tools that'll go in and mine out these things. And which is why another reason you wouldn't want to have a redundant entry like this. Because if you have a redundant entry like this, I can't say I want to find all of the unique entries of the number. And I can look for anything that starts with Z and has 13 characters after it, 13 numbers. And then I can take all of those out, and then I can say, this is where they're referred to. And all of this, by the way, is non-proprietary. Every single thing that I'm talking about can be done universally and will work no matter what, no matter how people code it. So that's one of the reasons that I'm a big proponent of this particular method. And I'm right in the middle of migrating over. In fact, I was trying to get the parser done before the boost so you can use it, but you really don't need it. The main thing that you need is you just need to establish for yourself a very common way to write your notes. And whatever that way is for you is really up to you, because that's what's gonna really drive it home. That's what's going to make you able to keep track of it and go through and search it and thing. And these are mostly recommendations. But people have been asking me for all year long, can you please go over your Zet method with me? And that's what I'm doing. But I did want you to know that I'm trying something new. So I'm going to have a post. I'm going to have a Zet. I'm going to put my CV in here. And they're all going to be in this repo. All right, let's take a break. I definitely need it. I'm sure you do too. Get your notes from a phone. No, and that's the next step. The next step is for me to be able to get my notes from a phone, and I will never be able to do that with GitHub. I can't. The next step is to be able to get the notes from a phone, and be able. One of the reasons I'm keeping my Android is because it has really great natural learning. Language processing, natural language processing. So I want to be able to take notes on my phone, and again, the simpler the system, just an organization of repos, of directories, the better, because no matter what system I end up coming up with to do that. Oh, sorry. Okay. So, all right. Well, it's time for the music. All right, I think we can start back up. Let's do this. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Fountain pens? No, I used to. God, I wish I could remember the name of it. It's been so long. I do a lot of handwritten journaling. I used to. I did. I stopped doing that probably last year. It's really soothing to the soul to do that, by the way. I have lots of handwritten cursive journals, and I'll draw pictures in them and stuff. I really, really love it. I haven't done it in a long time. I think the mic is on. Everything good? Is my mic not working? Hello? Hello? Check. 1 2. All right. Check. I mean, everything I'm looking at is working. All righty. Let's jump back into it. Okay, so we are done with Markdown. So I don't want anybody to feel left out on that. There's a lot to learn there. It's not as much as you might think. When in doubt, just use the basic Markdown. Use whatever, Mont Blanc, yeah, for sure. And use whatever kind of Markdown that works for you. Now, I've given you my kind of outlines for how to take notes. And again, one of the reasons that I wanted to show you more than just a single Zettelkasten is you might choose to have a single directory called boosts. So let's do that, right? So how would I do that? Well, last thing I'll do for you here. So create a new file. Let's say you just want notes about the boost. So you make a boost and you do a readme.md and you want to keep all your notes in one file. And I used to call this a code book. And it's still a lot of relatively strong reasons to do this. So 2022 beginner boost, right? And you might want to have, you might want to organize it by days or weeks, week 1, and then you just put your notes here and your links to things, and then just have a single file to deal with. And that, for a lot of the beginners that I would deal with, that's what they would do. They would just keep it in a single file. Now, it's still a knowledge node. In other words, it's still a README file that's got Markdown in it, that's got the title on the top line, and that's in its own directory. So it still fits with everything out. And that is why, by the way, that is why I am moving away from a single repo called Zet and having one repo called Notes or Me or KegSite or whatever you want to call it, and then just putting all of your stuff in there, all of your written notes. And you can make it private or whatever. I used to call this, I actually made a big deal about this. GitHub actually cited me in their stuff about something called a code book. And a code book is, the idea of a code book is that you actually writing code in your notes using Markdown, and then you just build on it, and that's the thing you can do. If you want, you can put your lab in here. And in fact, that's another thing you might want to do. Let's do that one. I forgot about that one, so let's go ahead and do that one. If you want, you can do a lab. And again, a lab is not a violation of the keg thing. A lab would be something like this. So let's say when we get to coding, okay? So let's make a new file. Let's make a new file called, we're going to call it lab. And this is my coding labs where I put all of my code, right? Readme.md, we follow all those standard things. Say, here is my coding lab. This is where I put, all my experiments. And I have one of these. It's just not in here. It's actually in a separate place currently, and I'm kind of bringing it together. I'm somewhat conflicted about whether a coding lab should go in here or not, because as long as it's just source code, right? Because you're going to be searching through it for things. It's just almost justification to have its own repo. But if you want to have it in there, that's fine too. Directories are files in Unix. No. What's the coding lab supposed to do? Well, we'll get it. Let me show you. All right. So let's say this is the top level, right? So we had a new file in here. All right, and then inside of here, we're going to make a new file. So we're going to add a new file, create a new file. We're going to say go. So I'm going to make it a directory. Again, this particular parent-child relationship with all the directories is to help me find stuff quickly when I want to go find a snippet of code or something like that, and notes to go with it, right? And you'll see me do this all the time. In fact, let me show you. So I have a lab here, and I've got all kinds of experimentation here. This is all in repo, but I'm going to probably move this into its own. So I have all of these things, stringer, maps, and I'll just go in here and I'll actually try something out really quickly to see if it works. And then I'll make some notes about it. I'll say, okay, this is why I did it this way. And because it's half the time it's way faster to go test something out than to read the docs. So the X, the RWX experiment is a lot faster. So if you could just put your lab in there, and then you could add a README in there. Some of these have READMEs in there, and they're really random because they're completely about different topics. But you could start that part of your note space if you want, just by doing this. Now, unfortunately, you have to do a directory, and then you have to have a file. So we could say, stringer. Let's talk about let's do like a stringer, and then readme.md. We'd say just testing. Just testing. Now this doesn't make sense until we learn about Git, right? Because you can't actually run it on here. I mean, unless you tied it to Replit, which is a thing you could do, but I don't want to necessarily do that right now. But you could add a file in here. You could say, and GitHub has a thing called gists for this, but I don't particularly like them. But you could say, your func. You could make this new file could be like main.go. And then you could do package main import fmt func main. I wonder if this will fix it. I don't think it will. Something. I don't think it will. My editor will fix the changes like that. So, yeah. But now if I click on this, it says, hey, there's my program, right? And you can, basically a coding lab is just a place for you to take notes where you're learning how to code and you're writing a tiny little thing that puts across that concept, like loops in Go or integers in Go, right? And you can make it into multiple files. You can make it all into a single file. When I was working with larger groups, we would have, like for the Go class, they would all have one file. And it was like this, when it was finished, it looked like a book. They could read through it and they could see, okay, here's where I did lists, here's where I did integers, here's where I did strings, here's where I learned, about loops or whatever. And so it just depends on your style, but I wanted to give you several different approaches to this. If I have a course, my snippets, I have a snippets directory for that, but I'm actually rethinking that whole approach. And I know, look, when people start to use snippets, this gets into kind of the Unix philosophy idea. It's like, where do you put them? How do you bring them in? What is your favorite editor? Those are all considerations. And I would rather wait and talk about snippets once we start to do Go, right? So when we do bash and Go, and we're going to have to do vimrc and all of those places that you have to find out, well, where am I going to put this code? Where does it live? So one of the things I'll give away as kind of a spoiler alert is I definitely do not intend to put my dot files, which are the configuration files for Linux and Unix, in my Zettelkasten place. I am still very, very much on the fence about whether I want to put my code lab here at all. Mostly because, do I want a snippet of code to pull up in my searching? Right? Because I'm going to be, and also, do I want other people to see that? Because I'm going to be in there all the time, changing it constantly. I forgot to set my timer. So those are some things to consider. I mean, today's primary concern is, sharing knowledge, exchanging knowledge, and taking notes, and setting up your VM. That's what we're going to do. So we need to shift gears here. But those are all good questions. Please explore all the possibilities. So many alterations to the way I do things have been suggestions from others, including the discovery of Zettelkasten. I did not know about that till I streamed. And someone said they saw me doing my Zettelkasten. I mean, they saw me doing my keg stuff, and they said, you're just doing a Zettelkasten, right? I went, no, what's that? And that's how I found out about it. And I was kind of like, at first I was kind of bristling against it. I was like, well, mine's better. And what I ended up concluding is that mine is actually a layer on top of Zettelkasten, because Zettelkasten does not have anything for writing books, for writing blog posts, for searching, and for such and such. So, or for exchanging with others. It was never designed for that. So I'm kind of trying to bring the two together. What makes a lab a lab? A lab to me is a place to experiment and learn stuff. So that's the short answer. We only have 42 minutes left now. 42 minutes. That is what a lab is to me. A lab is a place where I go and I'm like messing with for loops and stuff, right? So I think we'll probably revisit the lab concept. It does fall under knowledge management. So I think it's appropriate. Why don't I have anything in there? Did I delete it? I must have. Oh wait, I'm in the wrong place. That's why. I don't think that's it. IQ. I need to check something. I want to make sure that's not out there for real. Just give me a second. I have to, I may have done something really stupid and you just saw it and this is the thing. It's going to be saved for everybody to see. Because I was like, what is going on with that? I'm sorry, I have to do this right now because it's like really critical. That's what happens when you deal with like live stuff. I'm trying to decide what's in this directory and I'm like, because I actually name another file private. I just want to make sure I didn't put anything in there that was private. No, it was not. Okay. I wouldn't put it past me though. I've done that before. Need to know if exported fields of private struct work. Okay. All right. Well, that was not what I thought it was. All right. Well, crisis averted. But it would have been fun because you would have been like, what is in this? I seriously, for a second there, I thought I may have actually posted something private to GitHub and I had not known about it. Yeah. Anyway, so let's go forward and conquer. So that's I just want to mention lab that we only have 40 minutes and then we have one more segment after this, right? We're going till 5. So we have 2 more segments, 40 minutes of this and then another 50 minutes of that. A lab is just a place to explore and mess around with code mostly. We need to get the Ubuntu server installed. So we're shifting gears now to that topic and that topic only. Okay, so installing, install VirtualBox. All right, so let me outline the strategy here and tell you why briefly. I talked about it a lot yesterday or Wednesday, but I want to go through the strategy again. So the first thing you can go get started right now, because it's going to take a long time to download. Mine's already downloaded, so I'm not going to download it again, but you will need to. So you want to go get virtual server. You can search for virtual servers. You'll see a bunch of them out here. What is a virtual server? What's a virtual machine? Sorry, virtual machine. Wrong word. Virtual machine. Oracle VirtualBox, right? So virtual machine. What is a virtual machine? A virtual machine is a machine that's virtual. And you're like, well, what does virtual mean? I don't know. Let's go look it up. Virtual. What does virtual mean? Virtual means almost or nearly as described, but not completely in according to strict definition. All right. Are we on the same page now? A virtual machine is just a machine that's virtual. That's it. So in other words, it doesn't have any hardware. All right. And we call it a VM. And it's a computer that runs, right? It's a computer that runs. And let me show you. So, all right. So if you're not downloading VirtualBox, go start right now because it's going to take a while. All right. We're using Oracle VM VirtualBox. I want to be clear here. Oracle did not invent this. It's beyond their capacity. This VirtualBox was invented by a really awesome free and open source movement. It was a small company, I think, and it got consumed by Oracle. Oracle took it over, and I despise Oracle with a great passion. And I have no problem telling you that. They've done. I just despise them. I don't want to get any more negative than that. So download Oracle VM VirtualBox. If you're on a Mac M1, don't bother. It doesn't work. And it never will. In fact, they made a public statement out here somewhere that says we will never support M1 at the end. So if you want to do an M1, you need to do something else. So if you're going to go get that software, you need to go get VMware, and it's very, very buried. VMware is a proprietary. Oh my God, my eyes. VMware is a proprietary platform that you can download. Don't get the free version. You have to buy it. So download this. If you have a Mac M1 only, let me say it again. If you have a Mac M1 only, we're not supposed to be supporting Mac M1 during this boost, but if you happen to have that, go find it. I don't even know where it is. Maybe somebody can post a link. But you need to get VMware Fusion, which is currently free and will probably be free for the next year and a half, because Mac knows that they've kind of messed themselves up and that by not supporting VirtualBox. And so you can actually get VMware Fusion, the full version, VMware Fusion for Mac for free right now. For M1. That's all I'm going to say. So Windows and other Mac, you'll just be fine. Just download this and install and follow the steps. You're fine. If you don't know how to install software, I'm sorry. We can maybe help you with that, but we assume you know how to install software on your computer before you start the boost. And when I'm working with young people, they don't know how to do that, so we have to go through it. But I'm assuming you know it. If you don't know it, ask for help from your neighbor or your friend or your tech buddy or your relative or somebody in Discord, and we'll help you install it. But it should be pretty easy. Okay, so why VirtualBox instead of VMware? As I just said, it's free. It has a better command line. It does have some quirks with regard to screen sizing and stuff when you're using a graphic user interface that are kind of annoying, but guess what? We're not going to be using the graphic interface. So after you get that downloaded, the next thing you're going to download is Ubuntu Server. So I'm going to go find it. The reason we have to do the boost every year is because this stuff moves around. There's no way I could make a Udemy course on this because it would move around every year, right? So, I want it to be current. Yes, you can track me. Fine. Don't buy their stupid multipass. And the Cloud Init, we're not going to do anything with Cloud Init. So if you think you know what you're doing, don't. I'm not trying to be mean here, but I'm asking you to not, there's a lot of people who have a lot of extra knowledge right now that are going to complicate the simplicity of this by saying that you should download the Cloud Init images and blah, 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 blah. And what I'm doing is what the average user at work would do. This is also why I use the default Chrome, because you can't put Brave on your desktop PC if you are in most places at work. I don't want to get into that. Somebody asked about that. So you don't want the Cloud Init images. You just want to get the server. And you can't install the VMs. They made it easy. If you have them, this is actually the easiest to do. It says you would download it and you wouldn't have to run through the installation. And everybody who knows about cloud right now is going to wince and head slap, and they're going to be like, "Why are we installing this from scratch?" Right, Het? And thank you for being here, Het. Het is one of our very knowledgeable, well-certified system admins. I strongly recommend you go. Somebody shout out Het Tanis. Fantastic. Runs a professional Linux group. He's got a great stream as well. But what I'm trying to tell you is we're pretending like you're just starting out, because most of you are. And that means that you're going to do manual server installation. And we're going to do manual server installation right now. And by doing this, you're going to be annoyed. You're going to be annoyed. And I want you to see how painful and horrible this is. Number one, so you know how to do it when you have to, because it's all you get. And number two, does that not work? Does it only when I do it? Do I have to put the @ sign in front? Oh, there we go. Okay. So, and the other possibility here is, okay, so you have to do it the hard way so that when you get to do it the easy way later, using cloud and all that stuff, you'll be, oh my gosh, that's amazing. But this way you can help other beginners, and you can know what's the way to do it, right? So we're going to download the server. The thing that's really great about doing this too is it emulates exactly the same process that you would need to do if you are going to install it on hardware. And we're not covering hardware. I told you this. Right? In fact, one of the reasons I want to go through this manual install using a virtual machine is because the steps and the screens and everything are exactly the same. If you were to put this on a USB stick and plug it into your hardware, your machine, and boot it up and run it the same way. Now, those are all steps that sound foreign to you, but it's the same process. And that's why we're doing it this way. I don't want to talk about choosing hardware. We're not going to talk about hardware at all in this boost during the boost, because the fact of the matter is you need to know how to put it into a VM anyway. And then putting it on hardware is actually a step beyond that. Okay. So but I want to do it when we install it as a VM. I want it to mean, I meant Ubuntu server over Ubuntu desktop. You want the Ubuntu server. Did I download the desktop? Tell me I didn't download the desktop. Did I? Did I download the desktop just now? I did, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. Good. So you want the server. You want the server. Yeah, you don't want the desktop. Why? Because the desktop, and look, if you want it, there's nobody. I'm not making you do anything. You can do both of them if you want, but what we are going to use is the server. Why? Because we are going to, yes, exactly. The desktop version, the graphic version with the desktop comes with a huge, desktop environment, and it just sucks down power, and you're already on your Windows, your Mac, and it's just so slow. I mean, when people, by the way, if you want to play around with this, you can do the same thing for Kali Linux. You could do the same thing. There's lots of streamers who use Kali Linux for this. And we seriously thought about doing Kali Linux for this boost. And we thought, no, we need to use server. Why? Because you're not going to find Kali Linux on an enterprise server. You're going to find Red Hat or Ubuntu, one of those two. So by downloading the server, we're avoiding the bloat, and we're not even going to access it through the interface. I have the interface up right now, right here, right? But we're actually going to SSH into the thing, and then you'll just be able to do it that way. And we're going to pretend like it's a little cloud, but it's running on our computer. And why are we doing it that way? We're doing it that way so that all of your skills translate into working with an actual cloud system someday on Amazon or Google or Azure or DigitalOcean or wherever. All right. So then you have the server. And by the way, Linux is primarily a server. You see how it says ISO at the end? That is an old reference to the ISO standard for CD images. And it's not untrue to say that this file you just downloaded is bit for bit the same thing that you would have if you were to take a CD image and burn a CD in the old days like we used to do. The first version of Linux that I did was Knoppix. Anybody remember that? We used to do that. Knoppix was the first entirely run off a CD Linux distro, and I saved many a computer using that, using Knoppix. Did you know that Knoppix is the ancestor of Kali Linux? Knoppix became whatever the other one was, and then that turned into the ancestor of Kali Linux. Yeah. So Knoppix is the very first version of Kali Linux. Whoopix, yeah. So yeah. So if you go back far enough. Backtrack. Yep, that's the one. Thank you for that. And then Backtrack, the company that made Backtrack became, Offensive Security, and then now they're doing OSCP and all that stuff. You want to go into security, it's pretty cool. Ubuntu is all right. Yeah. So another thing, okay, and people are asking, but I want i3. I want this desktop manager. I want no. The way that we're learning Linux is the way you're going to use Linux in the enterprise. You don't care about Linux on the desktop in the enterprise. Unless maybe you're a 3D art, renderer or some kind of, you need like an IRIX equivalent. What I'm trying to tell you is that the skills to accessing and using a Linux server as if it were a remote server are far more valuable than picking GNOME versus KDE. I mean, nobody argues about that in any professional capacity. Head will tell you. I mean, it's fine if you want to do that on your own time and stuff. It's irrelevant to work. All right, so we've got our image downloaded. Now what? We got it. Okay, we got 35 minutes. How are we doing? All right, so I'm actually already running one. This is going to be a little interesting to see. Hopefully, I should be able to do it. I'm already running one, but I'm going to run another one at the same time. I should be able to run 4 at the same time. Now, and I'm going to use a graphic interface for this. And what I want to tell you, it's out of the scope for this boost, but you can actually start up a VM using the command line. Okay, but that is not something we're going to do in the boost. We're not going to do that in the boost. I just want you to know that it can be done. Okay, we're going to use the graphic tool just like you would do. So what would you do? You would click on your little virtual box thing, and it would pop up. I'm sorry, it's going to blind you. Watch your eyes. I cannot fix that. I wish I could. Oh my God, it's like one of the things that's just. Does anybody know how I can fix this? God, I'll pay you money if you can tell me how to make that from blinding me. It's like so horrible. And this is why I use the command line. I don't use this. All right. So delete your screen. So as you can see right now, I've already got a bunch of other, I know, look at it. It's like I'm totally illuminated now. And just up on top of it. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're going to use the command line from now on, but here I have some Red Hat boxes running or powered off, and you can see, I know it's like, oh, I know. And I have these other things. So and you see Anton is on. Anton is the one I'm on, and I'm actually running into it. I know I'm going to hear about this all the rest of the day, and we're connected to it. So let's make this step fast. Okay. So we're going to make a new one. Now you don't have any of these yet. Yeah, we're going to make it. That's my Anton, but it's kind of, if it's a nod to Silicon Valley, if you don't know. All right. So we're going to do new, and I don't remember how to do this. So I'm going to just have to remember myself. Machine. Okay. We want a new machine. A new machine. So I have all my VMs here. What should we name it? We'll call it Boost. Okay. Install Redshift. Better than how. And here's where all the people get to flex about how they know about stuff that y'all don't know about yet. All the lurkers, all the engineering lurkers in the background. What are we going to install here? We're going to install Windows. No, which you can do, by the way. We're going to install some version of Linux. Reduce the window size. Yeah, but we're not going to use the Windows at all. We're going to do headless completely. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, we're going to be doing headless. Win 3.1. Smart Alec. All right, memory size. What size memory do you have? Now, this depends on how much memory you have. I put in the requirements, you need at least 8 gig of RAM, because you can't do that, right? Did I not do version? Oh, right. Okay, sorry. Thank you for that. Let's do, I think Ubuntu is a Debian derivative. It is a Debian derivative. They don't have Ubuntu. Oh, they do. 64-bit. There's a fun story about Ubuntu trying to pull 32-bit support. Actually, try that. It's pretty fun. Two things. Try to keep them synced with things that RAW's boost. That is not contained in the boost. Yes. Ansible is pretty cool, but don't use it. Not now. You need to do this stuff first. In fact, Het, I want to talk to Het because I want to have a boost that's for infrastructure engineering that takes all this base level that we just did and then adds on the other label. Ansible, should I use Vagrant? Should I use this? Should I use Terraform? All of that stuff. That all comes later. All right, so you might be anxious. You want to learn that stuff. Kubernetes, all that stuff comes later. All right, what is that? Oh, for less screen light? Yeah, that's great. I'm kind of stuck on this one for now, but we'll get there. All right, so we're going to click next here. 1024 megabytes. We you know what? We don't need a lot of RAM. We don't need, you're way more talented on that than me, Het. We should combine our skills and do a boost just for infrastructure engineering. And then we should do a layer on top of that for Kubernetes. You see what I'm saying? So we have like a pyramid going on. Anyway, so I don't think you need that much. Again, this is a headless system, right? I only think you need 2 gig. And you can put however much you want in. I'm going to do 2048. And because, you know why? Because I want to have a smaller number, because I want to run multiple VMs eventually at the same time. Yeah, a lot of people want to do that boost. I actually had it on my schedule and I deleted it because I wasn't sure how long this boost was going to take. But if I can team teach that with Het, I think we would totally do that. And then we could pull in Tanifa and we could do the Kubernetes one on top of that and get Kubernetes certified. And then we'd have like 3 levels of boosting going on every year, hopefully. It would be great. Yeah. 2048. Yep. So then we have create a virtual hard disk now. Use a existing virtual hard disk. So what is a virtual hard disk? A virtual hard disk is just a file. It's just a file. And this is one of the reasons we're doing this, because if you fill up that file, you're done. Right? You're not going to break your system. Yeah. The lecture watch. So let's create, here we go. Hard disk file type, VirtualBox disk image, virtual hard disk, or VMDK. The VMDKs are compatible with VMware. Or you can just use VirtualBox's type. I have no reason to make a VMDK. If you were to make a VMDK, then you can actually exchange it between. It's like having your own USB stick in a file that you could just like mount into any other system anywhere. It's pretty cool. So we're just going to stick with the regular one there. Storage and physical hard drive. We're going to use dynamically allocated. Why? The fixed size will actually, chunk out however much you allocate and steal that whole entire thing. I think it probably makes it faster to write, but dynamically allocated will increase the file size as needed. And so that's pretty much the standard. This is going to tell you where the file is going to be. This is on Windows or Mac. And again, I already told you the reasons for Windows or Mac, right? Mostly because this is enterprise. And we're only going to take 10 gig. I actually am going to boost this to 20 because we're going to be installing some software on there and thing. But again, we're not doing anything graphically, so we're not playing games on there or anything. This is just a server. You want to stick with the smallest possible server because, again, we're pretending like we're paying for this. Do you know how much this server would cost you if you were on DigitalOcean? Anybody know? Somebody go look it up. I want 20 gigabytes of I want 2 gigabytes of RAM. I want 5 or 10. I think it's 10. I think it's $10 for 2 gig of RAM. So anyway, so there we go. We have our boost. No, not static pages. No, we're talking about a machine. What's our time at? Okay, so here we go. We've got our boost. We've got our machine powered off. Let's run this thing. GCP Ubuntu is 10 gig standard. Is it? Didn't know that. GCP, by the way, is Google Cloud Platform. People ask me all the time during the boost, are you going to cover cloud? Yes, we're covering cloud. We're just doing it without the cloud. We're making our own private personal cloud first. And then you can practice whatever you want to and break things. And it doesn't cost you any money. And then later on, you can take all of the same exact skills that you learned and you can put those into Google Cloud Platform or Azure or any of these other things. And the only difference is instead of connecting to your VM on your same machine, you're connecting to a VM that's in the cloud. The end. Okay, and we're saving you money because you don't have to do that. You had to download free software and you got it, you're running it and you're doing it locally and you have a computer that will do that. You can practice all kinds of stuff, okay? So next thing, it says it's powered off. Well, obviously we want to probably power it on, right? So let's click on start. I don't know what's going to happen. Hopefully good things will happen. Now, we're not done. If we had used a cloud image, which we didn't, if we'd used a cloud image, we largely would have been done at that point. Now, this is something that's kind of tricky. So let's talk about this. And your local VM will work offline. Yeah, you can take your VM and copy it into the cloud if you want. Yeah. So you see how what this did here? Please select a virtual optical disk or a physical optical containing a disk of your virtual machine. Now, let's pretend that it didn't find mine. So what this is doing, this is the equivalent of sticking a USB stick into your computer, except for doing it virtually by telling it where the file that has what would be on the USB stick is. And so we go in here and we find it, not attached, and I can go search through all over. So spend the time to find yours. Mine's in the downloads folder. And you can move it out of there. It doesn't matter. It just needs to be that one spot, right? So, and we see it's 1.7. This says it's in my downloads. And it found it pretty well. That's cool. So, wait, what did you say? What version was released? What version was released? I need to add a new one. Did you say we got a new one, right? Oh, 22. Let's do 22. Yeah. Thank you for that. Okay, good catch. All right, so let's do that. So these are all, pretend like these are all non-attached USB drives that are just sitting around, right? So I'm going to click on this one. Yeah. How do you find the downloads folder? I clicked on add, and then I went to the downloads folder on my PC, clicked on downloads. You know what I'm saying? That all good? This isn't about Windows 11. I'm Windows 10 only. Yeah. I don't know. You can make it work. It's the same exact approach. You just have to translate their interface into however they talk about it. They're all the same. Even Vert Manager is largely the same. So we're going to click on this one and keep the ISO after. I mean, if you want to make a new one, I guess. If you wanted to make a new one, I do keep my VMs around, but almost always I go get a fresh one because usually there's been a patch level release since the last time it came out. Yeah. All right, so we're going to click choose on that. I have never done 22, so this will be fun. Rural internet. Oh, I'm so sorry. Yet again, another reason to like have local development, you know, local development. That's what I've been trying to warn people about these download things. But you can, wait for the download and come back. I'm sorry about the size of the screen. I can't really change that. This, however, can probably go away. Thank God. Wait, where am I? There we go. All right. So this is the Grub bootloader. This is, you know what? Let me close out some of this other stuff. So it's, I might be able to zoom in on it. Actually, I can. I think I can. Yeah, there's a thing you can double the size. I think I remember. Scaled mode. Full screen mode. Cancel. Oh boy. Okay. The hard part here is when you lose. I'm going to do it. I know I'm going to do it. You lose access to your mouse on occasion. Yeah. Anybody ever done that? I promise you I'm going to do it before the day's over. I will not remember how to do it. I won't. I'll like, how do I do that? I'm like stuck. Downloading the ISO faster, whatever you want. It's up to you. I stick with the, there's lots of ways to download it. I'm just going to go with the standard way, but yeah. Is it all control? I might be reminded of that later. All right. So, bienvenue, welcome, dobro pожаловать. Hey, I know 3 out of the 4 of those language. 5, right control. Is that kind of right? Okay. So if you're a beginner, all these wonderful, helpful people are reminding me how to recover from, I'm going to actually force myself to do this. When you click on a thing, you're like, you can occasionally lose your mouse. And then you're like, I don't know where I am. Oh, help me. So, just mess around with it. You can't break anything. Again, another reason to not do it in the cloud. Do it on your own computer. You're going to break this. You're not going to break anything else. All right. And we're going to go through all of the prompts to do the installation. Now, this takes an ungodly amount of time. I can just see Tannis is just like, like ripping out the hair he has left. Thank God he has hair. I don't. Like, why are we taking so much time on this? Most cloud engineers do not take time for all these setups and individual customizations. They get a cloud image, they make a file that basically describes their cloud image, and they run it, and boom, their cloud image comes up and it's all good to go. And it takes like a matter of minutes as opposed to this. You're not there yet. We are going to get there. Okay. Not in a hypervisor partition. I was afraid of that. That's good you had that error. We can have people go figure that out for you. You might have to disable or enable your hypervisor. And I might have that problem too myself. You enable hypervisor in your security settings. Yeah. Anybody else have the error? You guys help each other out. This is what this is about. They fix it in the BIOS. Yeah. A lot of people. Okay. So the hypervisor, just in case anybody wants to know, hypervisor is the technology that allows a pretend virtual machine to run on an actual machine at optimum performance. So that allows things like the GPU to see your virtual machine, to see the hardware GPU. And some of that stuff has to be enabled in your computer in the BIOS. And that unfortunately is something everybody has to struggle with because every single hardware piece of computer is different. And there's no way I could cover it for you. I could just say you need to go into your BIOS and you need to enable a hypervisor. And every single computer is different. And that's one of the reasons one-on-one mentoring is a little bit easier, because I could sit here and help you debug your situation. And we have a few people that have that problem right now. If you encounter that problem, that's a particularly pernicious, problem, because it's so tricky to get through the BIOS and figure it out. But once you do, you should be good to go. You should be good for the next thing. So if you're having problems with that, take time in the Discord and consider it experience. Don't be frustrated. Consider the fact that you're learning what the BIOS is. What is the BIOS, by the way, everybody? Let's talk about it. What is the BIOS? So who can tell us what the BIOS is in a word? What is a BIOS? And this is why we're not doing hardware installations, by the way. If we were doing hardware installations, yes, there we go. Basic input output system, booting OS. So let's talk about this for a second, since apparently we have to. I was afraid we were going to get past this, but we're going to have to talk about it. So when you push the power button on your computer, what happens? And I'm welcome to all kinds of input from everybody out there who wants to describe this better than me. But what you're doing when you push the power button on your computer boots. Right? It posts. Yeah, that's a great word, Techify. Thank you for that. Yeah. So the basic input output operating system, you push the button, and if you ever notice that something will come on the screen, like right before all the other stuff, right? And that is the BIOS. Sometimes you can push F11 or whatever, F7, and you can get that BIOS to appear. And when you're installing Linux on hardware, you need to learn how to do that. It's like really, you're going to need to, so you might be annoyed by this step right now, but later on when you go to install Linux on your own hardware, you're going to need to know it again, because you're going to need to go back into that BIOS and you're going to need to change the boot order, which means you're going to need to say, I want to boot my Linux USB stick or CD-ROM or extra hard drive or partition or whatever. And so you're going to need to know how to do that. So the BIOS is this minimal operating system that can really be painfully annoying because it's made by the chip manufacturers. Overwhelmingly, Ameritrends is the number one. MSI is another one, has their own BIOS. And these BIOSes are all different. They're just little programs that run that are really important, right? Because they give access to what comes next. So when you push the power button on, it posts, and the first thing it does is it runs this program that is hard-coded into the firmware. And if you've ever heard of the term firmware means software that's been embedded onto a chip. And it can be changed. That's why it's called firmware instead of hardware. It can be changed. You can flash it. You can flash firmware. I just had to flash my GoPro firmware on my camera. I had to flash it, right? So I had to give it a USB stick, and you have to flash it. And it's like, whatever you do, don't turn the power off or you'll brick your computer or your device, which is really important. Anytime you're changing your BIOS or you're like reinstalling or something like that, make sure you have a reliable power source. That's one of the few ways you can actually brick a computer or a device where it's completely unusable without ripping that chip out and replacing it with another one. UPS power or something, because messing with firmware is a real big deal. It's a big deal. Because the way firmware doesn't have access to another operating system. So it's using the electronics to buffer and to write into the chip, into the bits inside of the firmware chip itself. And it's like one of the situations where it has to be running in order to update itself, right? But if it only updates itself half the way again, then you can't run it again to have it do it. You did flashing your Subaru? Did you really? Oh, God. It happens. Did you have to do the chip replacement? Yeah, but this is a lot more dangerous than actual OS for sure, because it's on the chip. Yeah, absolutely. Watch the 8-bit CPU breadboard videos of Ben Eater on YouTube. You'll learn a lot. Oh, yes. There's some good stuff. Ben is phenomenal. He's phenomenal. He's got a lot of great stuff out there. I love watching his stuff. Have 2 flash ROMs exactly because of this. Yes, that makes sense. A Turing machine, while it was in execution, it won't know where it was when you left it off. Ooh, those are all interesting ideas I hadn't thought of. So this is great. This is why we're doing a thing like this, because this is not something I would have covered, actually. I wouldn't have covered the setting, activating the hypervisor in the BIOS, but apparently somebody had the problem. So, by the way, if any others of you out there are having these kind of problems, please bring these things up, because the community is here to help you. And if I had that problem, I would have been, like that. And I'd been, well, gosh, we got to go into your BIOS. So I guess you're going to learn about the BIOS now, down the form. Oh, did you really? Wow. That's fantastic. So we're here. Everybody's going to have a unique situation. The reason that we're doing virtual machines on Windows and Mac and eliminating as many variables as possible is because of this. Because if I were to sit here with 168 people and try to individually help each of you with your computer and your hardware and get around your BIOS limitations and your RAM and everything, we'd be here forever. I would never finish. So we need you to find out what your stumbling blocks are, and work through the problem, which is a part of the learning experience, and then, reach out to people in Russia or people in Ukraine, or I don't know. I'm not picking on just somebody posted Russia, or just to talk to the other people that are here. They can help you through those problems. But the goal is this: you need the BIOS to enable you to use your virtual machine, and almost always that means looking for something called hypervisor and turning that on. And we're not going to talk about type 1 and type 2 hypervisors and all that stuff right now. We're not going to do that. Did it work? Okay. So there's a question in here about how to change the graphic environment for a virtual machine. And I'm gonna stop that one, and we're gonna move forward. Here's why. You're never gonna use the graphic interface again after the first time you set it up. You're gonna be SSHing and you use your own terminal. All right. This is the console. So what we're looking at right now, you can imagine, let's imagine this computer is in a hosted service someplace, and it is, most computers in like a cloud are little blade computers that are like 1U blades that they don't even have screens. And in order to get a screen, you have to like pull in the screen console, open it up and dial up the number for it. And it will pull up that terminal and you can see it. And if you use a service like DigitalOcean, they actually have a web interface, which is the screen. I mean, they don't call it the screen. They call it the console. This is literally the console, as if you were plugged straight into the thing and you can see everything that's keystrokes and is doing. Okay. But most access to the system doesn't happen through the console. It happens on the sides through coming in through remote connections called Secure Shell, SSH. And we're going to do all about Secure Shell. We might start a little bit today, but we've only got an hour left. So we're going to do all of our SSH and GPG access next week, beginning with that. Okay, so we are the console. So let's continue with the installation, assuming you've gotten past the BIOS hurdle. Okay. And there's also remote over IP KVMs. Yes, this is true. You have IP access. There's many, many different ways. Yes. A KVM, by the way, does not stand for what you think. That's, was it keyboard, something and mouse, video and mouse, I think it is. KVMs. Yeah, you just go watch the YouTube videos. All right. So we're going to go back through here. So I'm clicking on English. If you want, you can do your language. Again, every different, by the way, if you want to go the extra mile, you want extra credit, right? Do this exact same thing, but install a variation of Red Hat. And I know Het loves Alma. Did I get that right? No, you're a Rocky fan, aren't you? So Rocky and Alma are the leading CentOS Red Hat variations. And but you can't actually install Red Hat, because Red Hat is now a proprietary thing and you can't get it. So, but the two primary Linux distributions that are used in production are Red Hat and Ubuntu Server. Now, Amazon has their own, and we don't want to talk about that. Yeah, save settings before booting. Yes. Kernel-based virtual machine. Oh, that KVM. Oh, that's totally different. I thought you were talking about keyboard, video, and mouse. Yeah, they're two different things. That's why I was going to say CentOS is not a thing anymore. Yeah. So anyway, we're just using Ubuntu Server. Yeah. It's either Alma or Rocky. Those are the two that have come out of it. And I go back and forth on which one I like better. I think I heard Het say he liked, I want to say Rocky more. Right. I did Alma, and then I heard you say Rocky, and I tried Rocky, and now I'm a fan of Rocky. So, okay, why do you care about these different Linux distributions, right? Because the goal of the boost at the end is to become an employable engineer. And if you're going to be employed, you have to know these versions of Linux, period. You think Rocky is where the founder went? Yeah, I mean, they're both good, but yeah. So you have to know them. Ubuntu Server, thank God, hasn't gone through this whole mess that Red Hat has gone through. So you're more likely. Plus, it's also using APT. So if you choose to run Linux on your desktop, its package manager will be the same. It'll feel the same unless you do some god-awful stupid thing like try to go with Arch as your first Linux distro, which I can't strongly agree, or Manjaro. So the reason we're going with Ubuntu server first is because the interface, the updates, the package management, and everything not only will apply in the workplace, but they will most likely apply when you install your first Linux on a laptop or a workstation at home. That's why we're doing it this way. That's why we're doing it this way. If you want to go off and explore, that's what Linux is all about. Distro hop to your heart's content. But we're going to stay focused as we go forward. All right, so we got English. And then what? Let's see. We've got the layout is English. Gentoo, yeah. If you want to learn a lot, Gentoo's fine. So we could do Ubuntu server minimized, or we could just use the default. Comfortable experience. Let's use just the standard Ubuntu server, and let's see what it puts on here for us. Now it's going to give you an IP address. You might have heard about IP addresses. We are not going to go into in-depth about what IP addresses are until next week. And even then, we're not going to go deep down into all the protocols. We're only going to talk about IP addresses. That's it. And then we'll go for, I don't want to overwhelm anybody. Thank you very much for the follow. All right, so configure at least one interface. So we're going to keep it on Ethernet. And this is a 10 dot address, so we're going to keep it. Most of the time, you can just go with the defaults. So let's do that. Proxy address. I don't need a proxy. This would only be a thing if you are in an enterprise behind a virtual VPN, and you needed to access through the firewall for HTTP stuff, like to go get packages and different things like that. So you can almost always leave this blank. If you use an alternative mirror for Ubuntu, here they are. We're just going to use the standard mirror. Again, this is another thing. You can find one closer to you. It doesn't matter. It's relatively, unless you have a really limited internet. And it says use the entire disk. Okay, now this is the part where it kind of scares you, right? Because like, oh my God, is it going to blow away my hard disk? It is going to blow away your hard disk, but it's not a hard disk. What is it? What is it? Anybody remember? Yeah, it does. I think it does detect the mirror close to you. Yeah. So it's going to use your virtual machine local disk, right? And how do I know that? See how it says 20 gigabytes? Make sure you check that. I mean, I know it's safe, but I'm just going to tell you, anytime you see guided storage config, this is the one place where I have worked with many people who have blown their hard drives away. This is also why I am strongly encouraging you to use a virtual machine and not anything related to dual booting. I cannot count how many times beginners and veterans alike have blown away their OS because they were trying to do dual booting. So if you have some condescending Arch Linux user out there telling you to dual boot Manjaro, you tell them, no, I'm just going to go with a VM for now. All right. And we have to take another break here coming up pretty soon. We have a few minutes left, but we're getting there. This is actually a good place to stop and we'll take a break. Yeah. What was the set before this? Let's go back. Okay. I'm going to run the ads now. Yeah, we have 1 hour left, but we'll get this thing installed. No, thank you. VM. So, and the VM protects you. The VM is protecting you, right? It's protecting you because you can save it, you can snap it back, you can back it up and all that stuff. That's why you're using a virtual machine right now. And you're getting you know what? Here's another thing. Before I go on break, you can try every possible distribution on the planet. You want to do Arch, fine. You want to do Kali, fine. You can all do them in a VM. So for all your distro hopping, you can do all your distro hopping in a virtual machine. And you can find the one you like. If you want to use one that has a graphic interface and you have the power for it, try one with a crazy graphic interface. Do them all. Try them all out. Don't re-image your computer every time. Just try it in a virtual machine every time. And then find the one you like. And then when you finally really do like that one, then put that on your hardware. So as I said, the reason that we're not going on hardware is because learning how to use a virtual machine is an essential first step, not only for veterans and professionals, but for beginners so that they can practice all their stuff in a safe sandbox, and then they can move with that into something else. All right. And on that note, I'm going to take a break. Please feel free to continue with the questions and dialogue. I'm going to put the music on and we're going to take 12 minutes here. Ready to go. All right, here we go. Let's do this. Let's keep with the configuration here. As we left off before the break, we've got everything installed. We downloaded VirtualBox. We downloaded Ubuntu server, and we went through the add steps, which, God, I could go through again really quick just as a review. Again, we went through here. We did file, new. Let's see, add. Where are you? Add machine, new machine, and then we put the name here, boost 2. We did in here. We picked the Linux for this. We picked Ubuntu. And those are kind of a thing. We put here to 2048. And we did next. Again, I can make another one. Create a virtual hard disk now. Yes, 10 gigabytes is fine. And we'll do that default. We'll do next. Dynamically allocated, yes. If you want to change the size, you can. I put mine up to 20. I can easily delete this later. And this will go ahead and create it. And so here I got a second boost. See how fast that went? Once I had all the settings, but I can go ahead and delete that if I want, if I screw it up. You can right click on it and do remove and delete all the files because it made all those disk files. We'll go ahead and do that. So let's go back to our running machine. Once I clicked on it and I clicked start, and then that started to do its thing. And we are now in this step here for installing Ubuntu server onto the disk that we made, the fake disk that we made. We all have long hair, yeah. Not anymore. Yeah, I know. I'm relatively bald today, more than usual. Anyway, so we are not going to encrypt the LVM. There's no need to do this. Encryption with LVM does not take that big a performance hit as you would think, but still, it's not needed. If you're going to do stuff in your virtual machine that you don't want anybody to ever get access to, then you might want to encrypt it with LUKS. But if you're going to do that kind of thing, you probably should use an air-gapped computer anyway. So we won't talk about that. That's more of a hacker topic. We'll talk about another day. You can click on done. And so this is a lot of crazy stuff to a brand new beginner. So I'm going to spend some time describing what this stuff is. Again, we assume that you have a certain knowledge of how a computer works. So we assume basic things like, you know what the CPU is, that's your brain and how fast your computer is. The memory, the RAM that your computer uses to store programs and that are currently being, run. And that about storage, which is, disk space usually, but, stuff that's on hard drives that plug in and stuff gets saved onto those things. And those are the major components of a computer. For the boost, we assume you generally know what those things are. If you want to, there's a lot of YouTube documentaries that go very deeply into exactly how your computer works, including, like the bus that communicates between all the devices and keeps them straight. And it's pretty amazing stuff, but we're not going to go deep into that. But you do definitely need to know what CPU, RAM, and disk or storage are. If you don't know what, or Professor Messer is really good. Yeah, he is fantastic. He goes through all of the certification for, what is the cert? The A+ cert, right? And I'm just going to put a plug out for Professor Messer. Professor Messer does a lot of that for free. I'm not particularly a fan of the A+ content, the CompTIA A+ certification content, but I will tell you this: if you want to get a credential that will get you a job like that as a junior programmer, or as a junior tech, the A+ certification, at least in America, like it or not, is hands down the fastest way to get into like a desktop or to work for Best Buy or to get into one of these professions that is dealing with computers in terms of like building computers and knowing how to plug in the network enough to make it all work. You're not a network engineer, but those are things that you need to understand. So I assume that you know those things already for the boost. But if you wanted to get more in depth with that, I would suggest Professor Messer going through the A+ stuff or something. Most of the people that come to me as again at SKILSTAK when I do the boost, this content already have a really large understanding of how computers work. So I don't necessarily have to go over that. It's called the A+ certification. And I am not telling you it's a good certification. I am telling you that it is a secure certification that is widely recognized. I personally despise CompTIA as a company, as an organization. I've actually been asked to write some of their content. I despise them as a company, as a gatekeeper, and it doesn't matter what I think. All right, it doesn't matter what I think. Get it? I mean, if you want to break into the industry, particularly if you've got just a high school degree, and you just want to get the minimum things so you can start getting entry level tech jobs, and then get the other certificates. Particularly if you wanted to go into hacking, right? If you want to go into hacking, a lot of the hacking jobs are largely based on certifications, and so but CompTIA, I don't know. I've never been a fan of that organization or their tests or any of that stuff. Doesn't matter. I mean, right to repair, I'm just a little side note here, but the whole right to repair fiasco that happened, it was all being driven by CompTIA. CompTIA was actively lobbying. You've heard about the right to repair stuff, right? He's not on Twitch anymore. He left. CompTIA was actively lobbying local cities and stuff. And Rossman, yeah, they were caught actively lobbying to prevent small businesses from operating without a right, without having signed off on the right to operate on those systems. And the reason that CompTIA did that was because they provided the certifications at a very high price tag to say that you were safe to work on those things. And it was the CompTIA organization that fundamentally spearheaded the movement against right to repair. And so I just cannot overstate how much I dislike CompTIA as an organization. If they had been there trying to service the needs of the people in the community, thank you for that. Well, that was a YouTube sub. And, if they had tried to do all of those things, then maybe I would be more okay with it. As again, this is not an endorsement of CompTIA by any means. But it doesn't matter what I think, because the industry has decided that A+ is the one you get if you want to be a junior engineer. And I've been told that by the CTO. I was told that point blank by the CTO of PayPal. Yep, point blank. He told me that. He goes, you have to get it. Why are they not getting it? And his son, by the way, died after that. So it's kind of a sad story. I don't want to talk about that anymore. Died in a rafting accident. A+ worked for me. I studied philosophy and got a basic job. There you go. That's what I'm saying. A+ works. You know why it works? Because people trust it. People trust A+. It doesn't matter what I think of it. Security Plus, people trust. Yeah. A Security Plus is like a federal thing. Okay, if you're going to be in the federal system at all, you have to play the certification game. There's just no way around it. Okay, so we're kind of get down this rabbit hole. This rabbit hole is important though, because it's where this knowledge comes from. How do you know what a disk is? How do you know what a CPU is? How do you know what a network even is? Did I curse? I'm so sorry if I cursed. Did I curse? I'm so sorry. A+ worked for me, and I lived in a country where a few people know it. Yeah. So if A+ works for you, go for it. I have recommended that my stepson do it. I have recommended everybody go get their A+. It's completely against my feelings about CompTIA. It does not matter. And I want people to note this. Sometimes I accept the way things are, even if I don't like the way they are. And I wish everybody could run Linux on their desktop in their work environment. It's just not the way it is. There are certain things that you have to accept, and then you accept them and work within them, and then you actively, advocate for ways to get around that. That would be in memory of Aaron Schwartz. That's exactly what he did. So that's one of those things. If you want to break into the IT world and you have a philosophy major, for example, A+ is a good way to get started. If you're going to go into anything in the federal government, or if you're going to do an OPSEC for any like agencies, federal agencies, stuff like that, they like the Western Governors University certifications. It's like 25 certificates you have to get. right? And it doesn't matter what I think about certificates and them being a good measure of your actual knowledge. None of that matters. That's what the industry has decided. All right. And by the way, if you want to know that, I have a really, really, really old video called Why Certify that I made. I'm going to give you a link here. And I still think it's relevant. It's about an hour long, but it goes into the pros and cons of certification. That sounds like a good thing. All right. So what do we got next? We have the mount point. You got hypervisor on? Fantastic. Good to hear. So, okay. So we've got our 10 gigabytes. I could have swore I put more than that in there. I guess not. Oh, wait, let's see here. Let's come have a 10 gig. Oh, it is 20. Okay. All right. So it's, okay. I see what it's doing. You see what it's doing here? It made a boot partition. It made a root partition, a boot partition. And then it's going to, I mean, you can customize all of these yourself, but again, I want to get past the installing your own server stuff so we can do this. So what are partitions? In a nutshell, we only have 55 minutes. Oh, I didn't reset my timer. Goddammit. I have to reset my timer. We have 43 minutes left. Let me just give me a second here. All right. So, I swore again. Sorry. I keep swearing. I'm a horrible person. All right. So, what is a partition? A partition is just a part of your disk that's been segmented off. That's all it is. And you can have partitions inside of partitions, et cetera, et cetera. In the Unix environment, we have an entire day, a week, 5-hour segment dedicated to the file system on Linux. And we're going to go through all of this, but that's what this is. This is like each partition has a mount point, and that is a thing that you can see from your computer. So again, so we're going to go ahead and click done here, and we're going to accept these defaults. Okay. And again, when it comes to it, most of this stuff is just accepting the defaults, but I just want to talk through them rather than just tell you to click yes. You should never just click yes on anything, no matter who tells you to do that. You should read it. I don't care. Even if their teacher tells you to just do what they tell you, don't do it. Read it. Selecting continue below will begin the installation process and result in the loss of data on the disk selected to be formatted. That is probably something you want to read. So, you will not be able, we're going to talk about natting and all that stuff. Don't worry about that. You will not be able, just use the default, which is natted right now, please. All right. You will not be able to return to this or a previous screen once the installation has started. Are you sure you want to continue? Well, I don't know. Thank God it's a virtual machine and not a disk partition on my Windows machine. Okay, they lied. Now we have to put more data. Okay, I'll put my name in. Server's name, boost. That's going to be my server's name. This will be in your host name. So at whatever, right? Pick a username, RWXRob. It can be the same on multiple systems because it's the same user. In fact, you probably want that. It'll make your SSH life a lot simpler if you do that. Choose a password. Password. How about, okay, I'm going to make it more secure. Not password. I'm going to forget it. You know I'm going to forget it. Because I'm not even going to use it because I'm going to set up SSH. It doesn't matter. You know, it's not password though. My password is not password. Install OpenSSH server. Okay, so this, yes, we want this. An hour trying to pick a name. You can always go back and change it. It's not as easy later. Do we want SSH server? Yes. Why do we want SSH server? Because like I said, this virtual machine we're going to pretend like it's a machine in the cloud, and we're going to SSH into it as if it were in the cloud, even though it's just on our computer. All right. Oh my God, sweet. You know what from last time? Yeah. You watched the last one. You're paying attention. We probably shouldn't talk about that. We agreed never to speak of it again. It was completely random, and so far nothing that bad has happened. Another reason not to use Docker for a boost. If we're referring to some, if you want to go watch the first couple days of 2021 boost, where it picked random names for my server. And one of the names that it picked, I'll let you discover for yourself as an Easter egg. I did not have anything to do with it. It became a running joke for like the next couple of days, and I had to stop. All right, import SSH. Just a Docker desktop troll. They really got me, didn't they? Import SSH identity. No, I know I have one, but I'm not going to import it. So we're going to put no there. Oh, and there it is. Everybody, you just gave away the Easter egg. Now they can't go find it for themselves. Fine. All right, done. Now, what is this? This is a bunch of stuff you can install. Okay. Do we need microcates? No. Do we need Nextcloud? No. Kata containers, Docker. Now, Docker would be kind of fun to click on and install. What do you all think on this? Let me ask your opinion. Do you think it's useful to install the Docker through this method? I think it's more important to learn how to do it from the command line. Because you can install Docker right now, but then you completely forget how to do it from the command line. You never learn how to do it. So just to let you know, yeah, I think it's important that we install all of this stuff later rather than up front, because you don't need any of this stuff if you're going to go back and get it. These are all really common things to install for some stuff, but let's do it from the command line. I think you're right, Gary. Okay, yeah, lots of votes for that. All right, so let's click on done. Yeah, I need to make sure it's legit install. That's true too. All right, so let's click on done, and it's going to go through the installation process. Yeah, I think for more experienced people, it is very time saving, but most people, yeah, such a sexy voice. You are hilarious. Not that Ubuntu's reputation will fail us, so that's true too. I don't know how long this is going to take. Again, this is what's called a live net boot install. So what it does is, in order to save time and space, they give you a small little 6 megabyte or gigabyte thing to download, and then it does all of the other stuff dynamically. Like if I was watching my router right now, my router is phoning home to get all the stuff to install it. And call it a network install. And you can get other installers that are not network installs that have all of the stuff built in. Another thing too that's very unique to Ubuntu. You see how it says configuring cloud init? You see how it's seeing cloud init and all that stuff? That's because and Het would probably tell you this, that's because it's using the cloud image and then it's configuring it using its own methods. So when you do this long-winded version of the install, you actually are still using the cloud init images. It's just that it has a nicer interface for it. And later on, you can layer on that extra learning about how to set up your own cloud init images. You can take all the answers we just made, you could put them into a file, and you could just run a command and it would do all the same thing. And you wouldn't even have to leave the command line. So, and it's probably time for me to plug something I'm working on. It's not finished yet. I'm working on a tool called Fluff in Go. If you want to participate, I'd love to have your participation on it. It's called Happy Little Clouds in your local machine. And what it's designed to be is kind of a friendlier Vagrant or Terraform that's designed to just set up cloud configurations quickly using, 5, 10, 3 virtual machines all in one shot. And then you can go in there and do it. So if you're interested in Fluff, I haven't finished anything on Fluff yet, but we did get going on it but it uses all the cloud init images, and it's right now we're supporting VirtualBox and VMware. We talked about Verb Manager, but it's basically a friendlier Vagrant. So that's a side note for anybody who's interested. Why would you care about that? Because then you run Fluff to whatever, and it'll bring up the images for you, and you want to take them down, it just takes them all down in one command. You don't have to go through all this interactivity that we're doing right now. It's not there yet. My Fluff's not there. I don't think I committed anything yet. It's not even close to being ready to commit. No, I backed away from it because I wanted to change the user interface, and then I finished Bonsai, and now Bonsai is finished, so I can make Fluff using Bonsai. And those are all projects that I've been working on the side that you'll hear a lot about. In fact, we're going to make a Bonsai Go tree using my Bonsai library during the boost. That comes up in several weeks, but we'll be doing that. All right, so we have our whole log. We can look at the whole log if we want to, or we can just boot. We're going to reboot. So let's reboot this computer and see what happens. We don't have to, normally if we were doing this with hardware, we would have to unplug the USB stick, but we don't. And I don't know how long it's going to take here. Please remove the installation medium. Failed unmounting CD-ROM. See, that step here that's happening on the screen, that is because, there's nothing to take off. Oh, wait, I just had to hit enter and it worked. So, okay, that was good. Yep, I'll get fluff in there. My first version of it was kind of messy, but it was mostly just, there's a guy, he's not here right now, but there was somebody who had a really great bash script that did the same thing. It was just using VMware commands in the bash script. Okay, so here we go, everybody. This is a server. And look, there's my SSH host keys, which is awesome. Now you can connect to my system as long as it's on the internet and you know my SSH keys. Why is the dog coming in here? Sam, is it raining outside? She's coming in here again. She's trying to hide from the thunderstorm. Must be another thunderstorm. Anyway, this is not something, this host key, this is actually a host key. So this is not bad. This is not bad. If you were to put this host key in your own server, it would be fine. There's nothing insecure here being shown on the screen. Now, this is just stuff from the log. So if you were looking at the console, the dog, I will later. She's hiding under the table right now. So let's hit enter. So we have a boost login. Do you remember what your login was? RWX Rob, and then my password, not. All right, there I am. I'm on the console. Huzzah. There's nothing here. ls/. How many of you have got that? Unsee the temperature bug on the bottom right of the screen. Yeah, I know. It's really bad. How about we get rid of it? How do I? Hey, it's fixed now. It's fixed. Now it's raining. I'm so sorry, everybody. My system is a mess. I know all the OCD people out there. Oh my, can you please just fix the weather bug? Your Ubuntu is still installing? Okay. Well, so once you get here, here you go. You have an Ubuntu. And I want to take note of a few things here since we have several minutes to just play around. First, instead of the username, you should never have to do that. You should never have to install if your first name, password, yeah. Failed unmounting, just push enter. Push enter. Push enter, it should work. It'll work for me anyway. I hope that works for everybody else. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I think that should be enough. Anyway, so read the line till it's up and hit enter. From other programs, I'd have to leave only the password. Yes. Okay, great. Yeah, great. So now you got yourself a command line, right? You should be able to press enter. Press enter. Sometimes it'll do that. Sometimes it'll have to refresh the screen. And so to give you the prompt here, I'll show you. Like I've had this problem a lot. Like I'll go away for a while and I'll come back to the screen and the screen will be black. And I have to press enter and it'll bring up this line. All right. If you just have a blinking line at the top of the screen and nothing else is there, then that means your system didn't boot. And anybody who's had that happen on their hardware knows what I'm talking about because it's a panic attack when you get that. If all you have is a black screen and the upper left is just a blinking cursor, that means that you did not boot, and that means that your disk is corrupt or there's problems with it booting in the MBR, the master boot record or something, and any number of a million things, and it's terrifying. because your system just totally didn't boot. It didn't find the disk or anything, and you got to go back and figure it all out. And I'll give you this. So but here's the thing: if you're doing it with a virtual machine, then it shouldn't be a problem. So, okay, if that happened, stop, power off. Let me show you how to power off. Okay, so let's talk about all the ways to turn this off. We only have an hour left, so let's go through it. Because the CVM, you're fine. Try rebooting it. Yeah, you can either try to reboot it. In fact, let's do that. Okay, let's talk about how to power this off. So we only have 55 minutes, 30 minutes or so. So we got to go fast here. All right. So this is the point at which you get to start looking at all kinds of stuff, right? You need to, and you're going to have to kind of experiment. So I have a running system right now, right? Now, there's lots of ways of stopping the system. You right click on it, and there's lots of ways you can pause it. Okay. If you pause it, you can't turn off VirtualBox Manager. It will be like, no, you got stuff that's paused. All right. And so we're gonna unpause. And now it's running again, right? You can save it. We're not going to do any of that stuff. You can actually clone it. You can, but this is the one you want. So see, it says close. So you want it, if you save state, what was that? What happened? Try slash. Did slash work? Well, how did you get around that? You typed slash and something showed up? Oh, PWE. Tell me what you're seeing there, guys. Did you get it? Oh. Wait, why is mine not responding now? Did I freeze mine? I think I did. Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, the LS didn't show anything? Well, that's because, yeah, it was empty. Yeah, I had the same problem. Yeah, I did exactly the same thing as you. I did. So much. I did LS and I was like, it didn't show anything. I was like, oh no, that's because do ls-a and you can see all the like hidden files. Yeah. See the hidden files. It shows you that we're going to go through all this next week, by the way. So we're going to, all the navigation and SSH and everything. So yeah, your system was up and running and you were logged in. And you can do ls-ai, and this is all these commands we're going to learn, and it'll show you all the stuff. We're going to talk about permissions. If you see RWX there, you might realize that's where my name came from. RWX has some permissions. We're going to talk about that next week. But okay, so let's talk more about what to do to restart this. Okay. And I thought maybe that was like, you literally had nothing on your screen. If you have a prompt, you're pretty good. All right. So let's go back. That makes me feel much better. I'm glad you didn't have to go through that hassle. Let's go back through what to do with the manager. Okay. So let's say you want to turn your computer off, right? So right click on this and you can come here, you can say close, right? Now, if you do ACPI shutdown, it's as if you held down the power button. You ever done that? Like you can't get something to go off, and so you hold the power button down and it just turns the power off. Anybody will tell you that doing that to most computers is a bad idea because it doesn't let it, make sure VirtualBox is in focus. Yeah. So, but if you do that, it can be bad for your disk drives. It doesn't let them flush a lot of times, and there's other things that's bad. You shouldn't usually do that. It's okay to do it every once in a while, usually, but it's generally a bad idea to just power off a computer. You should find the way to normally turn off the computer because there's all the things it has to do to go down. And this white is killing me, so I'm gonna like shrink it a little bit, at least a little bit. Delete it and start again. Yes, that's what I was going to say. So if this doesn't work, so you can save the state, right? Now, when you save the state, you see what it's doing? It saves it to the current state. Now, if you want to, you can take a snapshot if you want to back it up. Yeah, we're going to do shutdown from the command line. I know we are. I just wanted to show this, but then we're going to do that next. But yeah, absolutely. So you see this, I'm glad you said that. So see how the machine is off, right? Its state has been saved and the machine is off. Now, the thing that's cool about that is, let's say you have like 10 Tmux windows open. You can save it and shut it down and save it and turn it off, but it's still running. It's just slept. It's exactly the same thing as if you slept your laptop. You know, like when you make your laptop go to sleep and it like writes all the state out and then you bring it back up and it starts it all back up exactly where it left off. That's what it's doing, right? So, and if you go here, it says we have to start it back up, right? Now, here's what's cool. I can actually start it up as headless and then log into it. We're going to do that later. If you do a normal start, it'll make a console. If you do a headless start, and then there's detachable start, which is, there's like many different levels. Do I put the VM and server on different computers? No, same computer. I would do all of this on the same computer for now, because then you don't have to mess with it. We're going to have, yeah, you're going to actually install. Oh, in fact, I'm glad you reminded me of that. You need to install a terminal somewhere today or tonight. We got 30 minutes. Let's cover that. I think we can cover that. In fact, I need to put that in the notes. Let me go put this. I don't want to lose this. Navigate. Okay, let's see. Navigate around a bit to ensure working. And then install Windows terminal or iTerm2. Okay, so if you don't have those two applications, you're going to need those. Can you shut down from inside the VM? Yes, I'm going to show you how. Let's do that. Okay, and then we can say, let's do this. Yeah, let's do that since you guys are talking about it. Practice, starting, stopping. That we're going to cover all that. And saving VM. Okay, so let's stick with this one for now. All right. Another type, there's nothing. You probably have to click on it. And just hit enter. You're having problems with the terminal that you don't know about yet because you haven't learned about the terminal yet, which we're going to cover on its own. I just don't want you guys to get confused. Maybe do Control C when all else fails. Do Control C. All right, thank you. So here we go. I'm going to start it back up. So practice stopping it and starting it, or saving it and starting it. And I'm going to start normal start, and it'll come back up, and it should show me the console. My fan came on. It's restoring. It's grabbing all the memory. So it's basically waking up. And look at this. It still remembers my screen even. It still remembers my screen exactly where it was because I just put the computer to sleep. That's all I did. All right. Now, I could power it off, but as I said, it's a bad idea to do that. All right. So let's use what CC Imposter was talking about for that. There was some machine you made from the server. Yes, you can, but we're not going to do that. Yeah. Yes, you can. You can make changes to all that. And we're going to talk about that. We're going to have to change from natted to bridged, and we're going to do that later. All right. So the next thing, let's practice shutting down this server from the command line. Now, this is our first command. I mean, besides ls, I guess. So, and this is, remember the notes? You guys have your notes up somewhere, right? Because you know what? This is where having a paper notebook. In fact, in the old days, we had a black book of all our favorite commands. And you just take that black book around. In fact, there's even a hacker's black book. You can buy one. It's somebody turned their black book into an actual book. All these little one-liners, you're going to want to write them down because there's no way to learn them all at once. But as you learn one, you should write it down and then come back to it. Okay. So what are some of the commands we've already learned today? We learned ls, right? ls-a, ls-al. Okay. You don't know what ls is. So type man ls. Okay. So there's the information about that. All right. So, I want you to, in fact, I'm going to put these down in my notes so that we have them covered, shall we? Oh, what is it? Right? It's right. Is it right control or right option? I can't remember. Gosh, dang it. It's so hard to go back and forth. I can't wait till we get back to SSH. All right. So we learned, ls-la. We learned, man ls, and then we learned, pwd. That shows you where you are. Right. And so those are, we're going to have a lot of commands before. Is it all control? Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember it. I always have to, I'll be so glad to get out of the console because I hate the console. I hate it. It's not the terminal. That's why we're going to use iTerm. All right. So ls-al shows you all the stuff. PWD shows you where you are. This corresponds to, the rooted node tree of your directory structures. So like if you were to go through it with a graphic browser, that's what you would see. And then here's another one, a man ls. So if you want to see what a command is about, you just type man for manual. If anybody ever tells you to RTFM, that's what they're talking about. They're saying, go read this manual. This manual stuff predates the internet by more than a decade. And it sometimes reads like it as well. There's two terminals for Windows or Mac. The Windows terminal I recommend is you can go get it from the App Store, the Windows App Store. It's called Microsoft Windows Terminal, and I'll go show it to you right now after these commands. And if you're on Mac, I strongly recommend iTerm2. And both of them take some configuration and making them look pretty and stuff, and we'll do some of that. So I might even stream from my Mac just to show you the configurations for iTerm2. A lot of that stuff is not included in the scope. It's super easy to figure it out by just messing with the settings. But so many people ask me about my terminal settings that I will go through and show you how. In fact, I've shared my configuration files online if you want them. And that is not a cop-out. 90% of the people that I have known who've gotten into this have always started with somebody else's configuration files that they didn't even understand. They just took those configuration files and they started using them, and then they tweaked them to their liking. It's almost like a kombucha recipe with a mother bacteria, and then you pass it on to somebody else, and then they pass it on and they pass it on. So that is, one of the ways that this has been done since the dawn of time. It's not anything bad. Okay, so that's a good question, Kane. You cannot copy and paste sourdough files. Yeah. If you're on a Mac or Windows, if you're using Windows, yes. Git bash with Windows. Yes, and you probably want to install Git bash in addition to Windows, but I kind of want to go through that with you because there's some settings on Git bash that are not the defaults that you might want. So we're going to talk about that. In fact, we're going to do all of that next week. We're going to do Git bash. We're going to finish up the terminal stuff and the configuration and the colors because we're not going to have time to do that today. Today, I just want to get the terminal. I just want to turn the server off and on and have basic knowledge of how to do that. That's what you should be really mastered for it. We're going to do tmux for multiplexer. We're spending an entire day just on tmux. Okay, so I don't want you to get ahead of yourselves. Okay, so today, the goals for today are to have some sort of note-taking system that works for you. Preferably that involves Markdown. We are going to be using Markdown a lot later when we do web development for our profiles and our resumes and stuff like that. We're going to write our resume in Markdown or YAML. And so, I don't want you to skip that even if you don't think you're going to do that for your own note-taking. And you should be able to install a virtual machine, and you should have a computer running with a console. Now, it's going to take some doing to connect to this with Secure Shell. So we have to talk about networking and stuff like that. So that's next week. So let's finish up today. So you got the ls command, we have the pwd command, we have the ls command, and we have the man command. And then the last command we have is shutdown. So shutdown should, now this is the way I do it. Now the thing about Linux is there's more than one way to do it. There's like dozens of ways to do something. But the way that I have been hard coded to do this is shutdown -h now. And what that does, so I have to explain this. And I know that there's a more friendlier version of this now. But the reason that I learned it this way is because Unix is a multi-user system. Thousands of systems. If you want to see an amazing example of that, the Carnegie Mellon Pico CTF hacker competition has a central server with over 32,000 users on it. It's amazing. I mean, I went to do the less the users and it just like scrolled forever. Okay, so let's talk about that. Okay, so there are multiple ways to shut your system down from the command line. So reboot is an alias for shutdown-r. Shutdown-h means halt. And that means shut it down right this second, right now. If you don't do that, and then now after it, and some of this stuff might be really old and dated, but this is just so hard coded into me. I do it all the time. I would never do a power off. Those are all modern commands. Those are all modern commands. And if you want to do them, fine. I'm going to teach you the old fogey ones. The reason that I like the old fogey ones is if you're on a multi-user system, they apply. So in the olden days, when you ran shutdown, you provided a message, and it would, and it would go down within a certain amount of time, like 10 or 15 minutes, and then it would inform the user that stuff was going on and it was coming down and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, or now, right? Because it's the same as power off. Yeah. Well, -H now means it shuts it off right now. Yeah, it's halt. Yeah, as equivalent to power off unless -halt is specified. Yeah, -H it's for me has always meant to halt. So this is the way, Joey and the gang taught me to do it. Shutdown -H. It's like the standard way to do it. There's probably a lot of different ways to do it, the power off and everything, but that's just the one. So I always just do shutdown -H. Now, if I'm going to reboot, somebody actually taught me about the reboot command. That will take it down and bring it back. I don't use it that much. If you want to reboot, you can do shutdown -R now, and that will reboot and take it down and bring it back. By the way, if you're turning a computer off remotely in the cloud and you did -H, you better have another way to turn it back on. And I was once in a place where somebody did the shutdown -H, and they had to call a computer operator to walk onto the floor and go turn the computer back on. Because when you do that reboot, it doesn't come back up. There's also another thing you can use init methods to do. You can use the init command for all of this, and it's just like a really, really big rabbit hole you can go in. When Unix runs or Linux and Unix runs, there's multiple run states. Base with just running, and the console only with networking. With permissions. On a full network. There's like init. There's a joke in Mr. Robot where it goes init 0 or init 1. When Darlene goes to Elliot, init 1, and that means they want to set to init state. So that's out of scope for today, but just know that there are multiple init states for Unix and Linux. We do have a little time. I will tell a quick story. I actually did a reboot. I thought I was on my laptop for the day, and I thought I was rebooting my own computer. And I forgot, I didn't notice my terminal, and I was logged into the corporate mail server, and I was the SendMail admin. I was in charge of all the mail, and I actually rebooted the corporate mail server, which was doing 3,000-4,000 emails a day, and I rebooted it thinking it was my laptop to go home, and I was like, why isn't my laptop going off? This is a true story. And I said, why isn't my laptop going off? This is my first year as an admin too, and I was so terrified, and I was like, oh my god, and what had happened, thank God, is it went all the way down, but it only went down to init state 2, so it still had networking, but it didn't go, but I had lost access to it, so I couldn't do anything more with it. I think it's halt. Normally -H is help, but in this case it's halt. And so I got the manager, and I called them, and they called the operator, and the operator went in there, and he said, no, it's still running. And so they powered the thing off, power cycle it, and brought it back up, and nobody lost any mail or anything. But because it was my first year, I was really freaked out. And I said to my manager, what, you're not going to fire me or anything? He goes, why would I fire you? Because I would never fire you. He goes, I hire somebody else, you're going to make the same mistake. Are you going to make that mistake again? I went, nope. So, yeah, man shutdown. There we go. Power off, -E, halt the machine. Unless halt is specified. To mix -H and H. Did not know that was the thing. I've never used capital H in my life. Just goes to show how much you don't have to know. He was a fantastic boss. He was the kind of boss who sent my wife flowers when I had to work long overnight shifts because of outages and stuff. He was a crazy awesome boss. Yeah, they exist. And so yeah, it was really amazing. Anyway, so I learned a lesson about init states there, there's a different init states. And if you want to have fun, it's another reason to have a VM, right? Because you can you can't really do this with hardware, but with a VM you can. With a VM you can say, I don't know, let's do it. Let's say init 1. Like what is init 0 going to do? Oh, look what init 0 does, people. It does the same thing as a power off. I don't suggest you do that. if you do init 0, that bypasses all of the shutdown scripts completely. The core process is init. So firmware setup, yeah. But there's, again, this is the first step in a huge world with lots of stuff to learn. And the safe thing about this, the good part about this is that you can do all kinds of fun things in here and experiment. I don't know about that. I've never used capital H ever in my life. So, I'm not saying don't, I'm just saying that I haven't. So there's like a million different things. Disable IPv6 in Linux. If you disable VirtualBox, probably. Yeah. Because it's a hardware thing, Kane, I'm guessing. Yeah. So. Init's the run level, but init 0 is power off. Right? Init 5 is reboot, if I remember. Man init. Let's go read about it. Hey, you know what? I wasn't planning on covering init, but I guess we are. So sysd init. I didn't realize they're the same now. Systemd is a system and service manager Linux operating system, blah, 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 blah. This is not stuff we're going to cover in the boost, but as I said, you've taken your first steps into a much greater world. It's because there's so much to learn. Third world countries, would you recommend cloud service VM and use hosting at home? Host at home for sure. Yeah, I've been saying that. I would host at home. Target units are useful unit for providing. It depends on if you're hosting at home. Device units expose kernel stuff. Blah 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 blah. I mean, the terminal can be scary. I don't want to scare everybody away from it too early, but you can do everything. I mean, you just saw with one command, I just took down my whole computer. 5 characters. I typed 5 characters and my whole computer just shut down. That scares people because it's crazy powerful. It's crazy powerful. All those times people say to do an rm-rf on the root and see what happens? Guess what? You can try it now. Because you have a virtual machine. In fact, why the OSCP exam, not the OSCP, the OSEE, the OSEE exam requires you to have a system that can run 2 or 3 virtual machines safely and easily. You know why? Because you can go on watch Gamozo on Twitch. He blows away virtual machines all the time trying to find errors in the kernel. Windows in particular, or he writes his own OSs to try to find software errors and stuff. And because you can make operating systems that fit in between, the system drivers and stuff and find bugs in the drivers. And so he's constantly doing another reason to learn VM if you're a hacker is that you can go in there, you can do stuff that you can't do anywhere else. Like honestly, I kind of want to do it right now, but I could do an rm-rf on /, which by the way isn't going to do anything. This is another thing. Everybody tells this joke and I'm like, you realize that doesn't do anything. It hasn't done anything for like 5 years now. I'm like, oh no, I just deleted my thing. No, but what if you did want to do it? Go for it. You want to know how you do it? Watch. This is how you do it. You want to do it? Go for it. It's a virtual machine. You're totally safe. Watch. Let's do this. Okay, so this one is running. So let's save it. All right. How much time we got? We got enough time. All right, so we're going to go ahead and save it. What I'm trying to show you is that the virtual machine allows you to experiment. So there's the current state, right? All right. Now, let's copy it. Clone. I'm going to clone boost, same exact place, keep the disk names, hardware UIDs. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Full clone. Yes, I want a full clone. I don't know. Well, it's going to find out. That's your homework. Go figure out if it's going to work or not. Because now you can. Now, I have boost, which is totally safe, and I have boost over here. Guess what? Watch. I'll push start. And now I'm going to go break it. Look at that. It even remembers the screen I was on. It's got my same man page and everything. This is why we're using VMs. All right, so watch. Sudo rm-rf/. No, not going to let me do it. Set-o vi so I can go back up. All right, sudo rm. No preserve. Don't do this at home, people. Actually do this at home a lot. But make sure you're in a VM. All right. Oh my God. What have I done to my computer? Cannot remove it because it's why. Why can't I remove it? It's trying to do it. You've always wanted to see what would happen if you actually tried that, didn't you? You have always wanted to see this. Don't lie. I wonder what would it actually look like. Well, here you go. Let's see if it starts. I can't LS anymore. Oh no, my LS is broke. Ever hackers? Just Control C. Surely I know I Control C. Thank you for that. Look at this. What? Oh, I can't see anything. Where's my bin script? Oh, how can I get around that? Find. Do I have find? No, I don't have a find command. Call up to the ding. What have I done? Oh no. I mean, can I init? Do I have an init? Oh, I do have I don't even have an init command. Why should I try to boot this again? Should we do shutdown? All right, wait. Shut down. Just another day at the office. Destroyed a VM, yes. Because it's fun. Destruction. Destruction. All right, here we go. Oh, apparently exit works. It's the only thing that works. By the way, if you ever do that, don't shut your terminal. If you shut your terminal, you've permanently lost all access. No more shell for me. Oh, man. Man. I feel gypped. What is this Linux? It still says it's running. I can't get my computer to work. I'm going to go ahead and pull the power. I'm going to pull the power out. Here we go. By the way, if you want to see file system corruption in action, keep pulling the power off of your virtual machine and then go do fdisk. And you'll see all of the crap that it does to your files. You can actually see what it does when you power it off. So APC shutdown. Yeah. Why are you not going up? Am I gonna have to power you off? Oh my God. Power off. Pull in the plug. I'm pulling the plug out. Oh. All right, let's get to run it now. LS did 2 work. You removed your shell, so yeah. Non-journaling FS. Oh, really? Yeah. You'd have to have a non-journaling FS, yes. The journaling ones are a lot safer. XT3. Yeah. Yes. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I'm in a grub rescue. It could not find the kernel files. It couldn't find the kernel files. So this is fun. It's like, well, what the hell is a grub, right? Because the kernel itself is a binary file that lives under /booter and grub or something, and it couldn't find it. So it doesn't even have a kernel to start. It has disk, but the disk is missing the files, and there's no way to get the files there. I mean, I could probably do some really convoluted stuff with like DD or something to try to get it on there. But you always wanted to see what would happen if you actually deleted your computer. Well, there you go. I know. Recast the track. Totally. Got promoted to general. So I'm going to power off this machine. I'm sorry, computer. But here we go. You know what? You can die now. So I'm just going to remove you. Or delete all files and remove. All right. Now I'm fine. Okay. I'm going to start my other one. All right. Start. All right. So please tell me this is going to work. I'd have to do shred. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely true. Yep. Thank you, security person. Yeah, that's well worth being told. Whatever your case, yeah, you're good. Well worth. It's well worth being told that when you delete things on a computer, they're actually not deleted, not even close. And you need to run some sort of shred utility or something that will overwrite with multiple ones and zeros, sometimes hundreds, if not thousands of times. We actually have a few people that work for, I'm guessing, the federal government in here, and they regularly would talk about the stuff that they've recovered off systems that they thought was a no-no that had been shredded. Yep, we're about done today. We only have 57. I only have a minute left or so. Yeah, that's another way to kill a system. So your homework today is to just go play. Just go play. Get your machine working from the console. Play with the console. And that is it. That is all you're going to do today or for this week. And when you come back, we will start to do remote access. Also, as I said, we're going to talk about how to download the terminal next week. But if you want to, you can try to get the one of those two terminals installed, iTerm 2 for Mac, or excuse me, Windows Terminal. Now you're going to be saying, well, I can't use my console with those things, and you can't. You can't use those terminals until you have access. And the way you're going to get access is we're going to do SSH for remote access. Even though we're on the same computer, we're going to pretend like it. We're going to have a little thing that goes over. Hey, thank you for that. And that is it. That is really all I have to say today. So I hope you have a good time. I hope you have a good time playing around with stuff. Maybe try to blow away a whole bunch of different things. If you want to, use those the man commands. We actually learned the shutdown command too, didn't we? Let me go put that one back in here. I forgot to put the shutdown command. You can look for these notes and such in the show notes, and I'll be putting that up on YouTube tomorrow. I have to wait at least 12 hours or so in order to put it up on YouTube, because Twitch will get mad at me if I don't. But that's what happens. So I'll be putting that up there. The Wednesday lesson is up. And they're not really lessons, they're more sessions. But it's already up on YouTube. You can go watch that. That's more of a motivational thing. We didn't do anything technical at all. And just as a recap for today, the goals for today, let me actually go back and open up the goals. So, here's the goals for today. So the goals for today was to go through sharing, learning, discoveries, and theories, how to do that, how to take notes, which is primarily Markdown. We talked a lot about that last time as well. The process of learning, pedagogies, polyphony, autodidactic learning. We covered 1 and 2. That's interesting. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we covered 1 and 2, like mostly on Wednesday. We covered a little bit the Markdown stuff we did today. And then we did the virtual machine installation and maintenance. Actually, we didn't do the maintenance. We just did the installation. So next Saturday at the same time, we're going to be doing how to update your server, how to add things to it, how to install software, and how to set up connection to it. Maybe not in that order, but we're going to be covering 3 and 4. We might dabble into the Unix philosophy a little bit more, but I don't know how much we're going to go into that next week. Mostly it's going to be just getting everything working before we start doing pipes and stuff. So I might even switch these two, actually. I think this might be a little bit better to come first. That might be, let's do that. So that's it. That's all we're going to do. Thank you for here. Shutdown is just shutdown-h or power off or init 0. Any of those should work. Yeah, if you want to, go through and do the whole installation with Rocky VM. Yeah, you could do that. It's another thing you could do this week. If you wanted to, you could try CentOS. If you want to try Kali Linux, try to install, that boring console that I just had? It looks a lot better if you install Kali Linux. If you do Kali Linux, you get an actual desktop that you can go interact with. And you can play around with that if you want to. It's really slow, but you can, it's faster than most desktops, but it's in a VM, and that's what makes it slow. That's why in the past, I didn't like virtual machines, because I was always using the graphic desktop, which is crazy slow compared to just SSHing in. I don't know why I did that. It was really stupid. So hopefully this has been good. And so you can go try it all out. And I'm going to go ahead and end the stream now. Let's go raid somebody. Who should we raid? You guys have, who's up? I generally try to raid people that I know. Does anybody have a raider option? We could raid music. We could raid. Jay Beer's on right now? Is Jay Beer's on? Oh yeah, that'll be fun. All right. See y'all later. You have questions, go to the Discord, etc. Otherwise, we'll see you next week. Actually, tomorrow is AMA, and I'm going to be streaming here pretty soon. I'm going to do an IRL stream pretty soon with my new Bella box. If you want to watch that, I'll be doing that later. Take care, everybody. Bye.